Hello, hello. Lots of tools here because I've just been doing defretting on another neck. So let us bring up our Avon. This is a lovely, well-kept old guitar that Joe sent me down for a refurb, and we've got a box with quite a lot of nice new bits for this guitar. But actually I think I need a second box because I need to put all the old parts in there and not get them mixed up with the new bits. So if I just sort of push everything there, we're running, aren't we? Yeah. Okay, so let's just to quickly show you then, this is your typical Avon plywood style 1980s made in Japan, early 80s, late 70s made in Japan Les Paul copy. It's a double bound beastie made with laminate and with a carved, a steamed shaped plywood top, and they're very heavy because of the laminate. They're very cool looking old things, but they are some people try and talk about them as if they are extremely valuable because they're made in Japan and therefore they must be. Well, I have to say they tend not to be. They're of an era, and some people try to also make out that because they were made in Japan, they are somehow infused with a mythical, magical Japanese quality. I have to say these are the kind of guitars that were on sale at in the music counter or the music display in Woolworths in the late 1970s. They really weren't high quality guitars. They were the budget, near to a budget as you'd get in the Les Paul copy. There wasn't anything much cheaper than this in the Les Paul copy realm. Satellite came along around about the same time and did a similar kind of guitar, which wasn't really any cheaper than the Avon or the K. This was a brand. Avon was the same basic guitar, but it was a brand that was ascribed to Rose Morris, which was a UK based music distribution outfit. So this has this has been sold under license to actually I don't want to do that, do I? Yeah, this is kind of marketed by Rose Morris to kind of either your Woolworths buying audience, or I think sometimes these types of things were sold via catalogues. Oh god, this switch is knackered. So the switch is actually knackered anyway, so that's going to come off because it's not doing us any good, any favours. So I'm going to take all of the... that one's knackered completely. That one's just spinning, and that one's knackered. Okay. Right, we've got some slight problems here. This may require some destructive work, unfortunately, if we're even lucky enough to get them out. But if we can try and get things out, we can always replace the screws and fill holes and put new. See, it's just spinning really. That's not good. That one's come out. That's a good start-ish. That one will. It doesn't seem to be moving. Yeah, so typically what happens is when you screw into plywood over the years, it just turns to mush. So it's not very cooperative. So we'll try and just help prise it out like that, and then we will do anything but put the original screws back in. So these will go in the bin, but it would make sense to fill all of these screw holes with fresh wood. Yeah, because like I said, the ply just tends to mush, and it's not helped by the fact that these screws are rusty already. are rusty, so they're contributing to the sort of general non-grippiness. So again, that's not, thankfully this one came off, but the switch cover is, I think it's going to put up more of a fight. Now that's absolutely bog standard Avon interior, same as the K, almost identical in every which way. And you can see the rust around the holes where the screws have kind of given up, and you can see the multiple layers of ply. That's what made this thing so heavy, Freudian slip. But also you can see what a crude sort of thing it is under there. It's just, you know, a tunnel through a load of plywood. So it is a you know, not the best quality thing ever seen. So it's actually quite good to strip these actually down to absolutely nothing and start again putting them together from the ground up. The problem we've got here is I don't think this, I don't know how much you can see, this screw is turning, but it's turning on the spot, so I'm going to have to try and lever it, but it's not going to want to come up because the other ones are sort of stuck in place and they don't want to come up either. It's come up a little bit. It might just come up enough to pull it out. There we go. Tons of rust coming out with that, as you can probably see. Can you see? No. Now you can probably see. Look at that rust. So I'm just sort of wedging it up to help it, encourage it to come out. That's one of three. The problem with these two is I don't really think anything's going to turn them. No. No, they've had it already. So we could hope that this thing wiggles and the screw comes out because it's just mushed, turn the holes into mush, which I don't think it will. The alternative is we can cut, well, we can't really because it's below the level. We could potentially cut a little slot into there and turn it with that, but I don't think we can because, as I say, it's flush with that, and we'd end up cutting a slot into the plastic as well if we tried it. So I think we are up the creek without much of a paddle here. I don't actually think I can get any kind of, sorry if you can't see this, can't get any kind of purchase on this. No, it's had it. No, it doesn't want to do it. So realistically we have to destroy that to get it out, and that means we have to buy another one of these from somewhere. It shouldn't be that hard to find or possibly make. So you see this right here. That's not bad actually. Now we can get those out. We might actually have got away with that by a sheer spot of good luck. Random chance actually. Thankfully that managed to sort of, it gouged out the holes, but not so much that we can't put in better screws and save the day. That's good. I've probably got several of these little round plates anyway somewhere in my plastics department, so it's not the end of the world, but it'd be nice not to have to. There you go. Their history. You can see the amount of rusty crap that's in there. Right. Well, it's a standard, relatively standard, Les Paul type thing, and I'm going to really, it needs totally rewiring. This is, you can see, I don't know if you can see, this is corroded with loads of blue corrosion on it. It's past its sell by date. So I'm afraid this is going to just come off. There's no point. The thing about these old guts of these old guitars is they are terrible. They've had their day, and it really needs rewiring. If you're going to, I mean, we've got to put new pots in because these are knackered. You know, they're not functioning properly. We'll keep the knobs. Hopefully we can get those safely out like this. We'll take these off. Then we'll undo. Oh, sorry about the terrible view. We'll undo these a little bit. Again, there's absolutely no real need to take any care over any of this electrics, because it's basically all you've got is the pickups, the switch, the pots, and the wiring connecting them all up. And frankly, if they don't work, if the wiring doesn't work, if the pots don't work and the switch don't work, then there's nothing needed saving. So I'll also take out the jack at the same time. Again, more screws that have more than likely worn out. It doesn't want to come out, so we'd need some replacements. We'd also need to fit in every single screw hole. We want to put some fresh wood. That one's pretty much knackered as well, just about came out, and we might be just about lucky to get this off. But yeah, screws and plywood just do not go well together. They're a nasty combination. Okay, so this is the ground. That's interesting. Oh, I see. It's an additional ground. Okay, that's a bridge ground. I just want to cut it off here if I can, really. Yeah, that bridge ground went actually to the jack socket, which is fairly unusual. I'm going to cut this wire because although it's sort of functional, it's, you know, it's had it. And now we'll take out the pickups, which will, yeah, again, see, those screws are knackered as well. Sorry, the screws aren't knackered. What's knackered is there's no threading in the wood. The ply has gone mushy. So it's the way of things. Very easy to mushify it. And then we'll try and lift this one out, like so. Now we've got, I'll show you I'll come around in a minute and show you yeah, that feels like a single coil in a tin. Now we've got some interesting shims going on in here, which we'll keep an eye on. I'll show you them in a minute. Okay. There we are. And then bits of horrible bits of flaky plywood coming out everywhere. So if you look in here, these are the strange shims they've put in. Now I might be tempted to leave them there rather than mess with them. So see this, we've got some plywood sticking off there, which isn't helping anybody. And I think what I could do is just to tidy this up, I was going to say I cut that off there, but it's badly glued. And I think if it's done anything, as you see, it sat there like that. So I'll leave it in the box and we'll sort of remember that that's where it stayed. You can see a sort of bit of a dimple where it pressed into it, but that was presumably acting as a shim. But yeah, so that's the construction, and then you can see where the screws have gone in. it's shredded the wood. So underneath this plywood, sorry about the camera angle, under there, that's come off because it's just shredding the ply. So there's very little material there at all, and very little for any screws to hang on to. So it's just delaminating, that's all it's done. It'll probably work if we're very careful, but we just have to be conscious of that. But over time, that's what happens with ply, it just falls to bits. So there we have, that's the only one we left in, which is the bridge ground, and that will stay attached to the bridge post. Now with a bit of luck, what I'm aiming to, what I care about, let's get a couple of these things back for a minute. A challenging thing with upgrading these is is working the original spacings, the bridge spacings, and the replacement. So yikes, I can actually feel the bridge ground sticking up here very dangerously. That's not what you want sticking into somebody. Okay, so if I were to get hold of the stop bar, let's get hold of the replacement bridge. So we got the replacement everything really. It's all going to be in gold. So the first thing I want to see is, does that fit that? Well, no, in a word. So let's see if our replacement parts work better. And sometimes it does and sometimes it doesn't. It's as simple as that. What you don't want to be doing is trying to pull these what they're called, those things out. So that, okay, that's seats, okay. Sometimes you don't know whether the threads are going to work, or that's okay. And the question is, will that work on there? Have we got the right distance? Yes, we have. Okay, stop bar is good. Now we've got a Nashville style adjustable bridge. This time we've got here we've got chrome coloured these were cleverly, the modern ones are made, I don't know if you can see it, the modern ones are cleverly made with a hex key fitting in the end. Now what it means is, if I am willing to destroy these two here by grasping it with something kind of a bit fierce and pulling it out, then we should be able to fit the other ones. Oh God, actually this doesn't want to do it. I don't know how that's fitted in there. The alternative is we can cut a slot in here and try and undo it that way, because at the worst comes to the worst, we could probably fit these adjusters onto here. I'd probably crimp the thread, so that may be a problem, but we may get past that. I'll cut a new one. No, it doesn't want to do it. Let us not stress that. Okay, so with an undamaged thing, that would kind of work like that. So I would have preferred to have replaced the originals with this, but if we can't, then we won't. But I'll do my best to make sure we do. And what I'll do is, if anything, I'll use a slot in the top rather than risk any more damage to the threads. So that's good. We know those fit and those fit. Go back in their bags. We know the bridge fits on the right distance, and there's just an issue about whether we get those posts off. They should just be screwed in. They shouldn't be glued in any way. There's no reason why they shouldn't come out. It's just about getting some purchase on them. So I'll put this back in here. So that's good. A bit of work to get those out. Obviously we need to keep the seating in there because we've got to get the new posts screwed in, but we'll work that out. Okay, so that's the body with pretty much everything we're going to be able to take out of it out. So in my quiet time, I'm going to build up I might even resin a little bit of material under here, just to give these, if I can cut some little tiny bits of wood and resin them under here, give all these screws a fresh chance, and then I'll also fill them with toothpicks, just so that whenever we come to put anything back, it's going to have some grip on it. And these are small details, but they're really important ones, because without that, this thing is going to still be old and ropey. Now with the nut with the neck, let's see what we can see. Nothing. With the neck. Am I recording? Yes. First thing I'm going to do is take off the nut. I had the hammer over here, didn't I? There it is. So the nut will come off with a little block of wood. Oh, let's take off the truss rod cover. The thing I like about this guitar, apart from the fact I know, oh god, we've got another stripped one here. Apart from the fact that I know they're fun guitars when they've got some good equipment on them and you've sorted the neck out. What I also like about them is the fact that they're quite mean looking, and this one's retained its good looks for quite a long time. It's that's come out, but it's going in the bin. Yeah, so it's quite good condition. I'm going to do my best to preserve that at all costs, but obviously we'll get rid of these tuners and replace them. Now the tuners are going to leave behind lots of little holes in the wrong diagonal type positions, and the new ones that we fit are going to be a single hole at 45 degrees, so there's going to be some hole filling. And now, yeah, good question. So there was a talk about having a Morris Aristocat, and I've got an Aristocat decal sorted out, ready. The only problem is where to put it. So these can go in the old pile of stuff. Yeah, so where to put the Aristocat. So if we do it on the front, I mean, yeah, the question is putting some finish over the top. So the Aristocat logo is sort of around about that size, but we don't want to cover that little thing. But we could put his face there and the Aristocat under there, or it might just fit on top of that one. So we'll figure it out, but I want to be sure that I've got a surface that I can just spray some, if I'm going to use finish over the top to seal it down, I want to be confident that I know I can finish over a single face and then polish that up so it looks good at the end. I don't want to do it on the back here because you can't really blend it in with the rest of the neck. It's good when there's a sort of fixed edge line to what you're doing if you're going to do any refinishing. You know, and also if both surfaces are really, you know, surprisingly good condition finished, then in a way you don't really want to put on new stuff on top for no, you know, just to put a decal on. Really, that's sort of quite a big addition. I guess you can put a decal on and spray a small amount, but you don't. If the rest of it's nice and glossy, you then want that finish to be glossy too. So I'll sort of think about it. If it were to go on the back, then I would do it to the edge of this shape here, probably, and I'd probably do it over the decal and over this quality control tag, so that becomes a permanent fixture along with the decal. But you know, we shall see which is the best way. And if I think it will be a spoiling move, then I will say, look, I'm just going to put it on as a stick-on decal, and we'll leave it like that. It's non-permanent. It's no problem at all when I'm taking, you know, something like this, you know, and I'm taking it from bare wood to you know, the lacquered in decal. That's waterborne poly on that. Sticks to wood really well, you know, adheres to wood really well, and the decal, you know, becomes a really integral part of it. Not sure how well it sticks to this old poly here. Might be fine, but it's like I say, it's a kind of shame if everything's going well. The other thing I've got here is this funny little Rose Morris thing. This is it's kind of pegged in with a little rivet, and I don't want to take this off, so that makes spraying onto this a little bit difficult. I'd have to mask this off if I was going to spray over this front here. So I don't know what the answer is, but I'm going to give myself the option to do it if that's what seems the right thing. Now this has been glued on pretty thickly at some point, and it's come away with a little bit of wood. You can't really do anything. It's That's your, there we go, that's your, that is your lots of glue finish. So when we put a new nut on there, it'll cover over this little missing bit, but I might fill that up with some filler anyway. This little bit here will be covered up, the missing bit will be covered up by the truss rod cover anyway, so it's no big deal. While I'm at it now, I'm going to see how this responds to the truss rod. Which one do I want? Put some, crank some relief into it, or back bow I should say. That's not the right one. That's the better one. So the reason I want to put some back bow into it is because that will help me remove the old frets, or it'll kind of open up the slots a little bit, assuming this is working. Yes, a little bit of action there, that's not so bad. Okay, I will leave that there for a minute. So what I'll do is I'll put a piece of rubber on here and I'll clamp it gently, because it's pressing the neck at an angle anyway. So what I'm doing is I'm just going to hold the neck in place if I can, like that, so I can administer my fret lifting technique. So if you can see there. Okay, so what I want to do is pull out. Now we're going to re-radius this. Question here is, does working with heat and water do anything? The answer is I don't necessarily sure. I'm not terribly sure it does. But what we can do is we can. Oh, why that is stiff. That one. We can get these frets started, and we could probably do this technique on both ends of the fret and get most of it going. So this one is resisting getting the blade under it. There we go. So it crimps the wood a little bit, but it's a lot less than if you were pinching the end of the fretboard with the fret puller files, fret lifting files, because they really do some damage to the end, which is why I sort of started doing things this way, because I'd rather that happens too. I would rather get the thing lifting first before I get the fret puller pliers under there. So you probably see you may be able to see I'm getting a start lift on all of these frets where they let me, and sometimes they're so tight at the end it will not let me get the blade under there. Oh God, that one doesn't want to do it. Nope. There you go. Oh, it still doesn't want to do it. Tiny bit of movement. So I go through a fair few blades this way, but it's better than crimping the end of the actually I've got loads of old blades over there. Now let's lift one up and see how it behaves. Let's start down this end naturally. So a little feel. Obviously I'm going to do some re-radiusing, so there will be a little bit of cleaning up anyway. It's just to get a feel of how it's lifting and whether it's flaking much. Actually, it's not bad at all. I wouldn't really think going to the trouble of shoving water in there or getting the heat on it. It's behaving itself. So with this, we're going to we're aiming. The important thing on this, of course, is to make sure that we preserve the binding, because it's all we've got. It's the original binding, and we want to keep it safe. So I can do the re-radiusing, cleaning up the fingerboard with, and clean up the binding as well. It will sort of be part of the same clean-up job. That's fine. Now there's a kind of interesting thing here, is when these guitars originally, where's it gone? Originally these were, what were they? Quite tight radius. Yeah, this is a 7.25 radius. The challenge with this is, do you leave it as its original radius? In which case what you get is the bridge is almost certainly going to be slightly out of kilter, because the new bridge radius will be somewhere close to 12 inch, because it will be made for typically for a Les Paul type guitar. Oh, God, this one is really putting up a struggle. Holy cow. So yeah, what do we do? In one way you could fret at the vintage 7.25 radius, or you could re-radius to 12 and have a more old-fashioned, more conventional Les Paul. So I'll check with Joe on this one before we make that decision. But it's all of the hardware on this. Oh God, this is really stuck. The hardware on this will be centered around the 7.25. But we can, at this point here, we can flatten it out and re-radius it to 12. So that means taking some material off the middle, effectively. The issue about these is that if you're going to make any kind of upgrade, you will not find a 7.25 inch radius tunematic bridge anywhere, or even one that you can realistically set to 7.25. Not a tom bridge anyway. You might find something else, but so it's a kind of a mismatch. Now, to be a Les Paul, the answer would be realistically re-radiusing this to 12 is probably the smarter move, because then it's more like a Les Paul. Not quite sure why the original choice was to do them as a 7.5 inch radius. I mean, I know it gives them a sort of particular feel, but it's not very Les Paul like, that's for sure. But it's hard to tell. Not all of these are 7.25 inch radii. So, for example, I've had others before, like Columbus. I think wasn't as tight a radius as this. So I started from the other side there because it didn't want to go from to other side. So yeah. I mean, the other thing is, if you do it at 7.25, what you get is, by the time it reaches the bridge, and the higher frets, you'll have an experience of the E strings. God, this end is really putting up a fight to get the blade under. Yeah, if you did set the radius at 7.25, left the radius at 7.25, by the time it reached the bridge, it would be you set the last fret action at the outer strings, and then what you'd find is that the strings in the middle would hit the frets, because they would be essentially lower. So I think we realistically have to make it go to 12. Or the alternative is we retain retain the original hardware, the bridge hardware, and go with that. But because the bridge will be, pity we couldn't re-spray or refinish the bridge in gold chrome. If there was a service for doing that, an affordable service to do that, that would be great. Okay. Oh, you're at the total wrong end of, I'm at the total wrong end of the ship. Sorry. Thankfully I had the other camera running, so I've switched, long before this, I've switched to the other view. That's why having two cameras is a godsend sometimes. Right, so this will be the last act for tonight, and then it'll just have to be making a decision on the radius. 12 inch hand radiusing to 12 inches from 7.25 takes a bit of muscle power, and I'm sort of half thinking whether it would be worth building a radiusing jig for that, since I made one just now for a 20 inch radius. I wonder why I wouldn't do one for the 12 to achieve the same thing. A sort of quicker way of getting there, and that will be with a trimmer router. We shall see. Okay, so there's the original frets, so we're all tidy, done and tidy. So I'll need to also take out these ferrules at some point. Let's see if I'll do it now. Sometimes they come out easily, sometimes they don't. It can be, having been in there all those years, it can be quite difficult to persuade to come out, but you don't want to. No, they need pushing, persuading, like that. It's not that easy, but they do come out. With a load of that polishing stuff, buffing compounds from when they were put through their buffing process. Okay, so there we have the neck ready to be re-radiused. There's plenty of rosewood to take it down. I think that's the best option. That will allow the gold hardware to match up. So that's what we'll do. I don't think it's not really worth deciding about, because if we stick at 7.25 inch radius, then we're obliged to use the original bridge, which where did it go? Here it is. Yeah, the original bridge is that one. So that keeps us constrained with an odd bit of mismatched hardware set against all the gold. So changing this to 12 inch radius, it will make it easier to play in many ways, make it more or less Paul like, but I will just double check and make sure that Joe's happy with that. Right, so those two are at their, got them where I want them for the time being. This is the new stuff for the Avon. This is the old Avon stuff. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to cut me a neck, sorry, a little neck slot like this. And we put it in there like that. Ta-da! That's it, ladies and gents. It is ready to go. Body, I'll hang the body up in the other room. I'll buff that at the same time as I buff the west tone, and I'll come back over the weekend and we'll do both sets of re-radiusing and getting ready to refret at the same time. Obviously they're the same sort of process, so it would be good to make the same kind of messes at the same times, so I can clean up as I go along. Okay, thanks for watching. Hope you enjoyed seeing some old beauties stripped down to absolutely their undergarments and ready to clean up. That would be great. All right, see you soon. Okie dokie. Well, yeah, I'm in informal mode here. Okay, so I started the video and I'm not quite sure exactly what my approach is going to be, but you can see what I'm seeing. I don't need that pointing at that, so that's not very helpful. See if I can relocate this light somewhere useful. Maybe I can, maybe I can't. Maybe I can. Something like that. Maybe. Useless pieces of cheap crap. Is that pointing downwards? Sort of. A bit bright there, but oh well. Light there, right. It's just going to sit and dazzle me, isn't it? Really, that's not the point. Don't really need that there anyway. I'm just going to hang that there for now, and I can point at that. Okay, well, I'm running and I have standard sound coming in off the, I was going to say the Huawei, but it ain't the Huawei, it's the iPhone. And so tonight's thing here is we've got Joe's Avon neck, which is sitting there, just getting a cup of coffee up. Joe's Avon neck, and get ready to fret it. Just got me some Marks and Spencer's biscuits, don't tell anyone. Put them out of range. No, I don't want this here. Turn that off. I think I've got everything I need. Set my mirror. So I can see what I'm doing. Change the view slightly. Okay, and then things. Right, so what I'm planning to do is I'm planning to press all of these beautiful frets, golden frets, into place, and I'm going to use super glue. And the reason I'm going to use super glue is because this is a sort of permanent fix. This is already 40 plus years old. I don't anticipate that it's ever going to need fretting again in its owner's lifetime. So I'm going to go for the best, quickest fix. No, not quickest, the most immediate fix. Let's have this feel. Okay, yeah, we've got our fantastic bungee thing going on here. I think that will do. Could it be out of the way? Yes, it could be out of the way like that. Great. So for each fret, I'm making it my business to do two things, and these are fiddly little things you can't really see. I'm not going to do a close-up for this. First one is I'm going to just sand the underside of the tang to get rid of the little ridge that you get. You know, this little ridge comes from where the tang cutter cuts it. So I'm just going to make sure it's gone. I don't want it standing on that ridge at all. So I'm going to, as flat as it can possibly be. The other thing I do to each fret is I go to the end of the tang cutters, leave a tiny little twist on the end, which I don't want. So I just pull that back flat. Now it's a fair little bit of messing around to do with each fret. Then I'm in a fairly sort of speedy thing, because what we do then is we get glue on the fret. We put the fret in there lined up, comme ça, and then we press it quickly and we check it, because it doesn't have very long before the glue goes off. So we're going to use fairly thick glue, and I'm going to put a little tiny bit on the overhangs each side to make sure that it gets its chance at sitting perfectly flat. Now this is in acknowledgement of the fact that whether you like it or not, the ends of the edges of a radiused board can often overhang. Sorry, they can often roll off. So I've got my 12-inch radius fret thing here. Now let's just have a look whether we need to increase the pressure on that. I don't think we do actually, it's probably enough. What I do is I get a flat surface then, probably something better than this blade would do. I take off the bulk of the glue. I think I will go for something like this. Screwdriver instead, if I can reach in there. More direct. Take off as much of the excess along the edge of the fret as possible. That just makes the cleaning up process a little bit easier later on. Now, bang, there it goes over my special grippy thing. Now, the first thing I'm going to do is just look carefully at the way this is sitting, and I want to be convinced that it's sitting along the radius. I'm going to, I think it is, which isn't quite what I want to have happen. I'm not sure about this little bit of, to the other side. So until I slack that off, that sort of gets in the way a little bit, but that's not the end of the world. Let me just give that another little press, just I want to be on the shore side. Now that's to do with an extra bit of pull on this, but it's not too bad. I could probably attach this, double it round or something, but it's quite a good little system really. So then when we're done, that comes over the top. Take the whole lot out. This is now, with that extra bit of hooking around here, this wants to now go sideways, which ain't what I want. So we've got the thing, the fret pressed, and we've got a little bit of glue, that tiny bit of glue sticking out the side, and I think we'll clear that up later. It used to be that I would spend quite a bit of time with I'd have the degreaser, you know, the debonder stuff standing by, and actually that really doesn't really do an awful lot, so it's better to clean it with scrape it with a blade later. So for each one of these, I'm going to twist this little tang back into line if it's out, and then I'm going to be sure to hold down the fret as level as I can make it, and just, if I can, a bit extra hanging over there, and just basically file off this little extra bit of tang in the center. Now it's not a lot, but it's a small amount, so I want it gone really as much as possible. You know, all for the sake of getting this to sit as flat as possible. You could do it with a file. I'm doing it with sandpaper here, which would probably fall apart a bit quicker. A file would probably be a better tool, but a little bit harder to use. Okay, pretty good. I need something to rest these on. So I think this will be the thing. Right. So in the first few frets, we're sort of just hoping that everything's going to perform well, and we're just looking out for problems along the way. So we're kind of hoping that I've prepped the slots, I've done everything as well as I can do to get it to work, and all we're hoping for now is that the pressing, each press now sits where we want it in the right place, like that. Put on a bit of extra push, that will do. What am I using? This one. Let's push that all the way through there. So a little bit of folded over paper just to try and clean it off, remove the excess. A little bit fiddly, but better than letting it build up. And then I usually just chuck that off to the side. So, which way around am I doing? 1, hold it down, 2, over the top, take it all out. Okay, number 2, yeah, very good. All right, so far so good. I also need to just be careful to keep that sandpaper away from the finish because it's nice and what's the word I'm looking for? Buffed. As good as it will be. So I took it around to the buffer and gave it a going over. I mean, it's the original finish, so it's got little chips and cuts and things in it, so it isn't going to be perfect, but it came up quite nicely. Bit of a shine up. Okay. So, here we are coming towards the end of the summer, although it's been a beautiful day today down here in Devon. So I've had the pleasure of a fun day at home. Well, we took off first of all and went out to Launceston, a nearby town, and we'd over many years we've been taking part in a survey, kind of interviews called Living in Britain survey, and throughout most of the years, we've been doing it for the last 20 years maybe, and throughout all of those years it's mostly been conducted by an interviewer who comes to visit and spends a couple of hours, and all of us do it in the family. Anyway, over the last few years they changed. It used to be, I can't remember how they used to do it now. It used to be, I think it was always vouchers they used to do. Now they send these cards, which are gift card things. So anyway, I think we've been doing it for for many years, and over the last few years we built up a nice sort of collection of these cards. And the truth is, we often used to never get round to cashing them in, and they'd expire before we ever got round to spending them, because I think the places you could cash them in were relatively limited. Or you go to them and they would suddenly decide they weren't doing it, even though it said on the back of the card. But anyway, so Claire very cleverly has kept the last few years' worth of cards, and we realised the other day they added up to about 80 quid. So we were trying to kind of cut down the overgrown hedge in our garden, or tidy it up the other day. And we thought, oh, we really need some hedge trimmers or something, which we haven't got. So Claire looked at the cards and said, oh look, it's got Argos catalogue. Argos, that thing. Anyway, so we had a look, we found some, whatever they were, Spear and Jackson hedge trimmers, cordless hedge trimmers. No, normally we probably wouldn't spend 80 quid on something like that, or whatever it was, 60 quid. But I thought, sod this, let's go. So we jumped in the car, and we got the trimmers, and on top of that we had some money left over, so we needed some shopping. So we stopped in at this little industrial estate in Launceston, and we thought, let's treat ourselves to doing the shopping at Marks and Spencer's instead of the usual town Morrison's. So we stopped in with our remainder of another 30 quid on our little cards, and got some nice treats, got our shopping there instead, and came home. So we had this great day out with a shopping trip with a brand new set of hedge trimmers, and some nice, slightly more treat yourself luxury groceries for the grand sum of, I think it was about £20 in cash we had to find in the end, which was one of those things. It's like you're not really spending money, so it feels quite like a little win or something. Anyway, so that was our day out, and then we came back, and since it was so lovely, I thought I'm going to get in the hammock for a few hours, a couple of hours actually, before coming up here. And I could have stayed there a lot longer, except for one thing, and that is I knew I wanted to get some spraying done in the other room as well. So if I leave it too long, the humidity kind of goes up quite quickly. So we're still in around the 5:30, 6 o'clock time. So there's another hour or two maximum to do spraying. So I did the first one. I probably could go take a break in a second and go and do the next one. Just add a few more layers, and that's onto Alex's West Tone refurbishing and refretting. So it's a completely sanded back neck. Right then. Okay. So you can see it's kind of slow, but another way of looking at it is quite quick, because once these are pressed in, then they're set, and there's no like clamping them and leaving them overnight. None of that sort of stuff with super glue. I would do that if I was using the Titebond wood glue, but since it's super glue, it's done. And at the end of this, if I'm in the mood, I can then do the end beveling, which I might do depending on the time and what's happening. So that's for me, one of the real benefits of using super glue. I mean, the downside is that it makes the frets harder to pull at a future date, but that's if on some guitars, if it's a kind of guitar I imagine it needing a refret at a future date, then it can kind of think, all right, or maybe I will do wood glue. But you know, I have to be very confident that it's all sitting properly and have no worries at all about the way the frets are sitting. If I have any worries at all, and I need to really make sure those end bits are held down, then I'll use the super glue, and just have to say sorry about the difficulty. Actually, the difficulty is a bit of an exaggeration. The super glue is a little bit more glassy, crunchy when you come to remove the fret at a later date, and it holds onto the wood a little bit more than wood glue usually does. I think. I don't even know if that's strictly true, but that's my sense of it, which is why, you know, if all things being equal, if I can do wood glue, I will. But on things like this with overhangs, for example, so we're on a bound neck, having to glue down the fret ends that overhang, and something I've re-radiused, which will not be machine perfect because I've re-radiused it by hand, then I'm more tempted to go with the super glue to be sure and safe. So that's how the logic goes. So that puts a little bit of tension on it, which is quite nifty to hold it, and I tend to really hold it there just long enough to get the glue out, excess glue out, and then once that's done, it's been holding for 20-30 seconds, and that's usually as much clamping, inverted commas, as it needs, as you can see. So I hold it down, and then each time we do one, I make a careful double check, make sure it's beautifully flat. Actually, I've got to say, it's looking very good. Just double check the ends, you know, different lengths, but that's normal. So what you're looking for is that they're all level with each other, and it's very rare that you can do a refret and come up with 100% level frets. Though you probably can't see see if I can move you and you can see anything press a little bit better. There we go, like that. Yeah, you almost never will get a perfect set just by chance. It almost certainly ends up requiring some fret leveling once the frets are trimmed and beveled and so on. But you know, if it's a very good seated set of frets, then the amount of leveling will be much less. You can usually tell once you put them all in, you can get a sense for it. Actually, you get a sense within the first 5 or 6 like this, and that's good to be able to assess, because usually if there's something going spectacularly wrong, then you do need to stop and reassess what you're doing. So if I was putting these in and they were, that one stuck to my finger, these were sort of sticking out visibly uneven, relative to each other, then there'd be something going wrong, and I need to stop and ask questions. What am I doing? Why is this not working out? So but it isn't the case. So, but usually you can tell within the first 3 or 4 or 5 or 6 maximum. It's very rare. In the past, when I was less experienced, I possibly would have kept ploughing on, trying to make something work that wasn't working. And I only had myself to blame then, because I would get to the end and realise that actually I needed to pull the whole lot. But I knew early on, and the only thing that went wrong is I didn't listen to that voice of experience which told me it was problematic. Anyway, so I'm not sure I've got an awful lot more interesting to say while I'm doing this, other than, well, I'm not sure that I ever have anything interesting to say. As somebody on YouTube told me the other day, that I was mumbling away or something, which is my trademark. I reminded him, tongue-in-cheekily. But I got a nice little thing happened this morning. I got a package come through from Amazon. I think it was Amazon. Yeah, pretty sure it was. Addressed to the proprietor of Real Love Guitars, which is something I never get. It's usually, it's always to me. So I got this thing through, opened it up, and it was a book, like a self-published book, and it with an accompanying letter. And the book and the letter were from John Hornby Skews, the famous old chap who, sorry if that's a rude way of putting it, the venerable gent who founded and ran JHS for many years, and has since apparently retired from the business, but still very much connected with it. And my first impression was, I thought, why have I been sent this? And then I realised that it was probably because I had an email exchange with his, John Hornby Skews' son-in-law, name of Dennis Drum, who is the current MD of JHS. And I went through I found his number and spoke to him a few weeks ago now, about, I can't remember what I was talking about. It was about a product that, I'd seen the M series Wilkinson stuff being sold cheaper from Music Lily, and I wasn't sure who was responsible for that brand, and I was kind of worried in case these things were counterfeit, because it wouldn't put it past me that Amazon and places like that would sell these things, counterfeit things. But the reason I had concerns about the product, because it was noticeably poorer quality than the Wilkinson sort of regular full strength day-to-day brand ones. Anyway, so Dennis was able to point out to me that I'd come to the wrong place. In other words, that JHS was not the owner of the Wilkinson brand, although they worked together and certain builds, the guitar kind of equipping and so on. But anyway, so he eventually put me on to Kate Wilkinson, who I was able to talk to about the M series brand and who owned it and whether it was legit. And it was. It turns out it is a legitimate collaboration or licensing deal between the Chinese Music Lily brand, which is Shenzhen factory, or Shenzhen, I don't know if that's a factory, one of the factories in Shenzhen. And anyway, yeah, and so it's a line of Wilkinson products. In a way, it's kind of seen as Wilkinson's budget line versus their full strength line, which is full price. In fact, it appears to have gone up a little bit recently. I could be wrong about that. But either which way, the Wilkinson full strength stuff is good stuff. I've used it for years and continue to use it. That's not very good. Anyway, so I got that cleared up, but that's, I think, how Dennis ended up with my email address, and I think he possibly put me on a receiving list for John Hornby Skews' memoirs, which is one of those self-penned books, which memoirs often are. You know what I mean. Self-published is what I meant. But having said that, it's a nice little read, and it's, for people involved in making guitars and stuff, it's kind of nice and interesting to know the face behind the brand name, and also interesting to learn what you can about how the different brands back in the day, the olden days, how they relate to each other. That's the word I want. Anyway, so now I'm turning this over using the other side of the neck caul. So anyway, I've read the first chapter, and one of the things I liked about it was in his early days, John Hornby Skews talks about how he used to go out in the car. Him and his wife used to go and raid the cardboard rubbish, the garbage departments of the big stores, to get scrap cardboard to use for his packaging. So I thought, hey, that's one thing we got in common, because that's what I do. Visit my local Halfords in Plymouth, go around the back and take cardboard from their skip, having some time ago asked if that's okay. Okay, so we've changed the side of the neck caul, and I'm just having a look, make sure everything's still good. All is still good. Yay, hey. So progressing nicely. I mean, I could just carry on, and then we can get straight into the what's that word I'm thinking of? The word I'm thinking of is end bevel, because we get all of the fret work done really. Now the thing about when you work with a bound neck like this, because you're fretting over the binding, you don't have any issues with needing to fill any end gaps or anything like that. It's just a matter of fretting right on top, and then obviously what's critical is getting the edge beveling perfect, and that's what the block does. Now it usually ends up clipping the binding on the guitar a little bit. There's no way around that. To get flush, you have to be cutting right to the existing binding or the existing edge of the guitar, which is binding. So no way around it, but we kind of do it so that we stop straight away at that point, so there isn't no more damage than is absolutely necessary. It's just catching it out, better hurry up before this sets. Yeah, positioning this can sometimes be the slightly difficult bit, because you have to switch it over at some point from using the flat edge, using the heel to support it, and then turning it over to support the curved part of the neck. Well, yes, so that was another nice thing about today, I must say. A little insight into John Hornby Skews' origins, his beginnings. And he's interesting because he's a bit like Leo Fender. John Hornby Skews wasn't a musician, and if I understand it, he never became one. Apparently people asked him, how he got into it. Into the musical instrument stuff, and it was kind of mainly by opportunism. There was a position going, and he'd been a salesman in various things for a while, and liked some things, hated others, and jumped at the chance to sell musical instruments, and took to it. And I think that's an interesting thing about a lot of people who get into the music business. There are different kinds of people. There are people who love the music first and foremost, like often musicians who also become either become techs or musicians who want to design guitars and things like that. And then there are people like Leo Fender and JHS who basically are business people. They're sales people first and foremost, and he says that if he hadn't have gone for the music business, he might well have gone for a sales job in Marmite, because he did the interview for it. I'm not sure, I can't remember why he didn't do it, but yeah. I think it's a bit like, the same thing when you read about the McDonald's founder, the guy who kind of founded McDonald's, what would you call him? Didn't invent the McDonald's, but he founded McDonald's, the big burger company, I suppose. Or how would you describe him? Because there was a couple of brothers, I think, wasn't it, that started it, and then it was taken over by Ray Kroc, who then built up the McDonald's empire as we know it. Anyway, the point is that he first and foremost, he was a businessman, not a restaurateur or particularly a lover of hamburgers above any other kind of thing. And I think that distinction is really important. I've learned in doing this is to be very clear about where you stand on that sort of scale, because on that continuum, because sometimes people say to me things like, oh, why don't you sell your adjustable, or develop and retail your adjustable nuts, inverted commas. And one of the reasons I don't is because that in a way is moving me from being a guitar tech to a business person. Now, what I mean by that is, I'm not one of those people who says, oh, I'm a musician or an artist and I'm no good at business. That's not me. I'm not that kind of person. I'm interested in how the business runs as I am, and how the technology or the science or the physics or whatever it is I'm working with. But I'm not John Hornby Skews in that John Hornby Skews would have been happy successfully building up a business, I expect, in many different kinds of things. And I suppose in a way I'm kind of a bit like that, in that I can get interested in anything you put in front of me. But I'm not that interested in making millions of one thing and then selling them for on a global market, and finding out how to buy facilities to manufacture them here and set up deals with this company there. And I'm not. I mean, the point about a businessman, first and foremost, is a businessman without I'm not making any nasty judgment about it, but the businessman is identified first and foremost by their desire to make money, and I'm not criticizing that. A priority for them is doing something in a business-like way to make money, and using the systems of business, the mechanism of business, to make money, to make profit. And I quite like making profit where possible, but I think I'm doing it in this way because I like this stuff, the guitar stuff. If you said to me, carry on doing something like what you're doing in printer ink or something, I don't think I would find the same amount of interest in it on a day-to-day basis. I could be wrong. I mean, there's lots to learn from, with challenges that come in every day, and I could imagine fixing a motorcycle or building a car, or even building up a printing supplies empire could be interesting. But I don't wake up in the morning saying my greatest motivation today is to succeed in business. you know, and that without a shadow of a doubt, that explains why I'm not making tons of money. And I'm not saying that by any means of any complaint. I mean that purely that it's not my daily priority. My health and well-being, you know, state of mind or whatever is much more important to me. You know, so I won't do the things that are required to be conventionally successful in business to make the most possible profit. You know, and that can be criticised for that. So if I want to spend a bit more time relaxing in the hammock before I come and do a job, I'll do that, and that's at the expense of being more efficient, more profitable probably, but I don't mind. You know, it's just a different priority. So I think that sometimes one of the things that also interested me about you know, especially within the guitar business, when you have, I've seen over the time I've been doing this, I've seen already a fair few, I guess, guitar techs stroke small time builders get lured into the idea of getting a partnership with a Chinese factory, because Chinese factories are hungry to get into business partnerships with Western companies. You know, they'll make guitars for anybody who will sign a deal with them. But you know, and I've had quite a lot of people, as soon as you appear online and be seen to be making guitars, some people sort of assume that your next step that you naturally want to do is to set up and get a design you've made mass produced, and I've never wanted to do that. And the reason for that is that I think a lot of people don't fully appreciate that the difference between making a guitar in your workshop for an individual customer, you know, who's prepared to pay you the premium for hand making it and the time it takes, and including some of the little flaws that are in it, you know. But when you have people who prefer that kind of guitar to an equally pricey or expensive factory-made guitar, then you're not even vaguely competing, or you're not even in the same world as the factory-made guitars. So, and if you go into that world of factory-made guitars, you know, the first thing I think you'll discover is that it's a game of scale. And I think a lot of the people I've seen go into this mass producing of their guitar, maybe they made money, and you know, perhaps they did, and perhaps it ended up they decided it was worth it. But I think you kind of almost see in a lot of them, the way they talk about it, almost like a shock of how it didn't turn out to be what they expected. So I think some of them kind of thought it would feel like this, you know, it would be more like this, but getting paid decent money because you're selling loads of your beloved badged guitars. And what it did for them really is it stopped them doing this, and they ended up spending all of their time haggling and fighting about corners and costs, and you know, sending things back and rejecting things and fighting quality control issues and so on and so on. And then having to sort of find finance to, you know, pay the factory up front for this amount of things, and then risking having inventory and the huge financial risk of you know, am I really convinced I can sell this many guitars, and then if I bought this many from the factory, I've ordered this many, what happens when I don't have incoming orders, and how do you get to sell you know, guitars in a big enough number to recoup your costs? And suddenly you're either, well, first of all, you're playing manufacturing, which is a cutthroat game anyway, and then you're playing retailer, distribution and retail, which is also a bit of a cutthroat game, which is probably nowhere close to the experience of doing what I'm doing now, which is taking my time and doing something in a slow but kind of quality, personalized way. And I just I think I'm old enough and I've lived long enough to know that getting involved in mass producing or thinking about joining in the price war mass production game to play in that league, I'm old enough to know that would change this completely, and it bears no resemblance to what I enjoy about this, including which includes, you know, being able to choose when I get out the hammock and come up here, which includes when I can say no thank you to somebody who wants me to do something, etc., etc., if I don't feel it's right for me. So, you know, I think all of that is changed when you kind of get into the when you join the game of being a mass-produced guitar manufacturer, and then of course you've got to sell them and you've got to hope they sell, and you know, and their saleability depends on price point if you're selling to a mass market in a way that my stuff doesn't, or what I do doesn't. So, you know, you become a different person, I think, and I've never wanted to do that. And so, you know, when people have said to me, oh, why don't you do like such and such, and they name somebody who's gone that route, and I just think I can't really think of anything I'd like to do less in some sort of ways. You know, of course I'd like to, you know, wouldn't it be nice to make a 6-figure income or whatever the hell I can't even remember how many figures it is, but, you know, a big chunky income. And of course, doing this that I'm doing now is totally unscalable. It's in the language of the dragons and the Dragon's Den, it's dependent on little me, not so little me, in this little workshop, dependent on, you know, my little landlord, not so little landlord, being happy to let me carry on doing this, and so on and so on, in this unit. So, you know, there are a lot of dependent things, and, you know, the main limitation being there's one of me, and unless I charge sort of rock star, you know, Dubai prices, whatever they might be, then I'm kind of constrained to a sort of a ceiling of what's earnable, and it's all at the risk of just me being around to do it. So if I get ill or something, that's that. Real Love Guitars is done. So, you know, and of course, you know, if you have a company and you're making, you know, mass producing something, then you have a different structure, and you have a product that might still need your input, but it stands a chance of continuing even if you can't make it to, you know, to the factory that day, you know, and of course the idea is that you would have it able to run without you, ideally, so you can eventually, you know, the idea of capitalist business is you eventually have an exit plan where you go out at the end of the day and just take your share and for all your years of hard work and go and sit on your yacht or whatever it is you're supposed to do. And of course I can't do that. There's no chance of that with this type of business. But I guess you have to think to yourself, what is it you truly want? And the one about scaling it up and turning it into a business that could, you know, pay me to go and sit in my yacht and take, you know, get someone else to run it and pay their salary, and me take, you know, kick back as the founder, whatever. That model of business depends on you, well, really depends on you having quite a good few tomorrows ahead of you. And I'm not conceited enough to be certain that I do. Now, it doesn't mean I think I'm going to die tomorrow, far from it. But what it means is, at this point in my life, it doesn't make sense to embark on something that makes a slightly breathtaking assumption that I've got 20 years of cutthroat business time left to do. And, you know, even if I like that lifestyle, which I don't really. So I think that at this time in my life, I don't even assume that I've got another 2 years, let alone 20 years to build up this thing. So basically it has to be good in and of itself for today. That's my primary, that's the primary benchmark for me, is do I enjoy it today for what it is, not what it might be, not dreaming of some future day when I'm Peter, whatever his name is, Dragon's Den guy, you know, with my big businesses all being run by people who I pay. You know, it's got to be, does this feel good today? And the answer for me is yes, it does. You know, this is healthy pace of life. It has, for me, it has great satisfaction, and it you know, pays the rent, which, you know, and obviously keeps me reasonably well fed, evidently. You know, and I think that at this point in my life, I'm very grateful for that. You know, to be well enough and, you know, free enough in this world. It could be in Afghanistan, being forced to wear a beard and chant things that I don't believe in, you know, and that kind of stuff. So I'm very grateful for the freedom to do this in our current relatively peaceful Western world. So I don't have much at all to complain about, and as a result, I've got no place I need to get to with this. What I really enjoy is the way it's gone and the way it's going. You know, I like the fact that I'm doing here in this job. I'm doing what I enjoy, probably most of all in any diverse guitar job. This is probably my favorite type of activity, bringing an old guitar back to life, but also upgrading it and giving it a greater playability than it ever had in its day. And I can't think of anything better than that in the guitar world. But there are other things, like I'm privileged to be about to start making 2 guitars, both for customers, previous customers. One for Nick in Arizona, who I've made 2 guitars before that I'm extremely proud of. I think they're beautiful guitars. And you know, Nick is back for another one, which I'm really looking forward to making as well. And I'm making an extremely ultra wide 6-string guitar for Vince, who I've made a large wide necked guitar for before, but that wasn't wide enough, so now we're going for the whole hog. But it means making a guitar from scratch just for him. So it's a real thrilling, exciting project, and I'm totally out of my depth in it, in the sense that I'm making a guitar that most people would tell you shouldn't be made, not necessarily couldn't be made, but why on earth would you make that? Well, I'm making that because my customer says he needs that for his size hands. So, you know, I've done everything I can to make sure that this is going to be the right size for him. And he's confident that we've got the size identified, the width of the neck, which is huge. But I'm gonna go ahead and make this. So it's a really exciting project, because it's new for me, it's challenging for me, which I quite like, being just on the edge of, you know, just past the edge of my comfort zone, which is why I always, unless it's totally impossible for me to do, I always like to say yes, and then kind of extend or expand my range of experiences to meet, rather than say, well, I don't think I can do that, or I shouldn't do that because I haven't done it before. I will much more likely say, yes, I haven't done it before, but I think that's doable. And luckily, my customers are comfortable for me. You know, when I say that, they're happy for me to go ahead and do it, which is a great thing too. Okay, so that is that is this part done. Push that back onto its little place out of the way. And here we are with yonder frets all in place. Now there's a little bit of what do you call it, overhang, which we've got to obviously file off with this block, and there's some spill which we're obviously going to take off with a blade. So now the challenge with this is we got to use the block to remove this, and this isn't the right angle to be doing it at. It's a little bit difficult as well because we're on an angled neck, so it doesn't really want to do it. I can tag it down like this, it will be fine, but we have to be very careful how we grab the end. So I'm really probably going to need to transfer across to there. I think in the meantime I'll do another coat of waterborne spray in the other rim. So I'll be back in a minute when we're ready to take care of this, the edges of this, and then we'll also file and sand them off till we get a really nice smooth new set of frets, these beautiful gold frets. Ooh. Okay, see you in a little bit. Ah yes, welcome to a little bit of electronicsy stuff. Now I'm just going to do a little test here because here's something I've never really been very sure about. So we are running. Okay, so this thing about shielding and using copper tape and stuff. So first of all, I'm not an expert in any form of anything, far less electronics, but when I started looking into this business that people talk about shielding something, it seemed, what I seemed to learn about it was this, that all electronic wiring and so on is subject to or picks up electromagnetic frequency. I suppose I think some people say that, call that radio frequency interference or electromagnetic, whatever. But it's interference, and as a result, your guitar can hum, and a lot of it isn't just the pickups. A lot of it has to do with the guitar, just the wiring and everything picking up signals, and then they get amplified and they make a noise. So the idea is that you can shield your guitar, make what's called a Faraday cage, which is, the idea is it's a grounded cage of foil or some sort of conductive material that, if at all possible, completely surrounds your components and the wiring. So if everything can be inside this Faraday cage, then you're doing great, because it sort of bounces off the radio frequencies. But that depends on two things to work. First of all, your cage has to be electrically continuous. So when you use something like foil, where two pieces of foil go on top of each other, they have to be continuous. And that's one of the big areas of doubt. I've seen so many vendors of copper foil who state that their foil is backed with conductive adhesive. When people test it, then it turns out not to be. So this here, I'm just doing this little test with, what's the word? Regular aluminium foil. So you can see my meter here. I've got it to the continuity setting down there. And what I'm showing you here, when you see it jump up to 0.0 something, okay, that shows there's a continuity between these two probes on that piece. Now, if I go between two separate pieces, of course, there's nothing registers. If I go between that and the wood, nothing registers. Now, imagine that you're busy putting on, which I need a couple more of these things. Just bear with me a second. Imagine you're putting on a piece of tin foil, copper or aluminium foil that people have sold you, that they say is has conductive adhesive. So here it is. You put it on between two pieces, or you know, you want them to be continuous. You put that foil over the top there, and you come back and you do your test. And you want to test between that one and that one. Hey, magical. So that's interesting. Now, I didn't expect that to happen. That proves that this stuff, which is bought in my local market, is continuous. See that? Now, I've got a couple of bits of expensive stuff here. I'm going to test out in a similar sort of way. So I'm going to cut 2 bits of this off. Stick with me, we'll learn something. I'm learning something. Yeah, so if you're going to use tape of any kind, be sure to test. It's hard to do because you can't really send it back, or you could do and complain, I suppose, but make sure that the foil you're using does make an continuous electrical connection. I'm astonished that this cheap foil does, but we've just proven it. So here's my bit of copper. We know that this bit of copper is continuous. Ta-da! It comes down to reads 0.2, whatever that actually means, or 0.02. Now I'm going to put one piece over another piece. I don't know where this came from. In fact, I think this came from Adam in some spares. So I don't know whether this was sold as, you know, having conductive glue or not. But let us see. So one piece, go back there. One piece, second piece. Yeah, that's connected too. Very good. Well, I can't now demonstrate a non-continuous piece because it seems to work. I'll do a couple more little bits of this aluminium foil just to convince myself, because then I can use it. I also haven't got much left, so I need to buy. I've got some in the basket at Amazon. No, you know, the other one, eBay. I got 3 rolls for £9 or something. Now with that stuff, I was planning to test it when I got it, and if it didn't make a continuous connection, then what I would have done is I would have worked out a little system, because your alternative can be to use conductive paint, and I've used that a lot because it's quicker in some ways, and you can be more certain of it making a connection, but all your cavities still need to be grounded to an earth. Let me just test this. Terrible picture, I'm so sorry. One part, certain part, good. Well, I'm happy that's done. So what I was planning to do is if we had 2 pieces that weren't continuous, I would have done, I'll come back to the thing about the conductive paint in a minute, but this is what I was planning to do. Not that. Let us imagine that you have 2 pieces of the stuff that you know the glue is preventing the continuity. What you could do is you could fold over a bit of one side of your new piece like this and stick it on there like that, make it continuous, and then if you really want to, if you need to, then you could take another piece and just cover it over the top to stick down the join, but actually it's now continuous anyway. We know it is because it happens to be, but imagine this is the way to do it if your glue is not conductive. So then you could just put a fresh piece over the top of there, and you know that underneath that those 2 pieces are touching together, so you'd know that the electrical continuity goes across the gap, or across between those 2 pieces. Anyway, I just wanted to sort of mention that because I had never known whether this stuff I have here is has conductive glue, or whether something else is happening, whether there's so little glue that it makes the contact anyway. But there you are, that's a little bit of proof. So that's how you test it. You set your your meter to that setting there, the continuity setting. I think some of them beep, but all you're looking to do is to touch the pieces and touch the pieces, and they're not because they're separated, and they are because they're connected. There you go. So that's how you test continuity. And you need to make sure that all of your cavities are connected back to a common earth, or if you know, you don't have to connect them all the way back to one. You can jump one across to the other, and then that one back to the ground. But you have to make sure that each isolated pocket is grounded, and it's better to treat them as individuals rather than hoping that they will together somehow work out to be grounded. Now this thing here, so I just filled in a few holes here, filled a few little terrible screw holes which have worn out because it's made of plywood, which doesn't last very well when you put screws into it. But those bits away. So what I'm planning to do now this evening is to basically fit all the new hardware in this guitar. Now for this, I have got, I'm not really thinking too brilliantly about the view at the moment. I'm so sorry. I've just not a lot of room. So what I'm doing is, as often is the case, I'm going from small pots to larger ones, and these will need, because the top here is so thin, these fairly long shaft pots, which are great, will need some extra nuts to stand them off and some washers to sort of spread the load a little bit. The thing with the thing with wiring up is it probably makes a bit of sense to do as much of the wiring up as you can outside of the guitar body. So what I'll probably do in a minute is I will probably take a sort of do a transparency, what's that word I'm looking for, acetate drawing, just to get the exact separation. I'll transfer that onto a piece of cardboard, and then I will set these pots into that and then wire up as much as I can outside. So what else have I got to worry about on this guitar? Well, shall we shield it? It's a little bit difficult. We've got new pickups to go in. Shall we shield it? Given that all of this apparently does, thankfully, conduct, we could spend some time shielding as much of this as we can do. What we can try and use is braided wire, which means, you know, the wire that runs all the way across the body to from the switch to the pots can be shielded as well. It's featuring humbuckers. We're not having coil splits, so it's not going to run as a single coil mode. But wow, look at the mashed up. That's really odd. Mashed up holes there. Anyway, yeah. So we don't technically. It's not critical that we do shield it because it's humbuckers. But I actually am of the belief that if you can help any reduction in any radio frequency interference getting through to your cables or anything like that, or any of your components, then it's a good thing to do. So since I've got the material here, I will probably go ahead and spend some time. Thank you. Put this down, and the my carton of cellulose thinners starts to make a noise. So the question is how do we do a sort of a reasonable shielding job inside this cavity? And I have to say it's a little bit on the crude side because there's lots of gaps here. There isn't any solid walls that you can put things to. So there will be we have to be careful not to tear the material as it gets to the bottom. So we can just try getting it down on the floor of the cavities. So this will be a fairly boring thing. What I'll probably do is I'll do it for a bit, then I'll stop the camera, go and do another coat of poly on the west tone neck. So here we have very flimsy material. So I'm going to go in here, flatten this out a little bit, in there, and sort of start my shiny flooring about there. Now, this isn't going to go all the way through the cavity, sorry, or the tunnel, because I can't reach all the way through. So I'm just going to get all of this floor done, and then I'm going to come up the sides if I can without breaking off the wire, the foil. And the difficult part of this is always getting it separated from its backing. It's always mucho fiddly. So first thing I'm going to do is do the shielding. As I normally would then do is I would make sure I ground each of the shielded cavities to make sure they're all connected to a common ground. And to do that I will use little crimps or things that I can screw into the shielding at some point in each of the cavities, and then bring it all back to the common ground. Then I will make a cardboard template to do as much of the wiring up of the hardware, the pots, as I possibly can. So now I'm getting down to little sort of bits, trying to fit little bits of this aluminium foil into the cavity, and then sort of gently press it around the edges with the idea that it will connect up. It's actually quite difficult to manipulate this stuff, especially inside a very shaggy construction like this. What do you call it? Plywood interior. So, but you know, it's if you've got your music on or your radio or whatever, and you're listening to an audio book, you can zone out doing this sort of thing. It takes a while, but it's quite relaxing. Some people prefer copper, but as far as I can research, there is no there's no functional difference between copper and aluminium. Now, aluminium is substantially cheaper to do this job, so I would recommend, if you're interested in doing it, stick with the aluminium foil. I can't even remember how little I paid for this, but it came from my local DIY place. Thank you. So what I want to do next is drop some down the walls of this, and I want to try and connect it to the body or the bottom of the floor without it ripping. So I'm going to start with a clean edge on this one, so I'll cut a straight edge across here. Funny, isn't it? You stop breathing when you're trying to do something like this, because if you breathe, you move. Right. So here I'm just going to run this along this top bit here, and then down inside. Now, of course, that doesn't fit completely smoothly. It's sort of, what the word for it? It has to bend around the curve here. So I'm sort of pressing it down as much as I can. There's a little bit of a tear down the bottom there now, which I can perhaps try and cover over in a minute. But the idea is now to just try and get, I'm moving this around thinking you're just a cutting surface, but you're not. You're my microphone stand with a camera on it. So just cutting little bits off to use. Now I'm cutting a couple of pieces that want to go either side of this bridge ground wire. One of the things on this guitar is I couldn't get out the original steel threaded rods that hold that the bridge sits on. I have some gold ones here that came with the new bridge, but I can't get the originals out, so we're going to live with, this is torn already. I'm trying to get it to go straight down, and it's given way a little bit, so maybe we'll have to connect back up. A bit of sideways movement. Yes, so I couldn't get the thing out, so I've had to leave it in there. Sort of shave it down a little bit because it had some damage on it, and we'll put the gold hardware on top of that, and it funnily enough, it matches with the steel finish on the roller saddles, so it doesn't actually look bad at all. So when I've got a little break there, I'm just going over the top, making it continuous now with this extra bit of foil. I hope I've got enough, otherwise I'll have to take a trip down to the market over the weekend, but that's fine. So this is where you try to get this to fit alongside here, because I don't want this bridge ground sort of constantly ripping the shield if I can help it. That looks about right. Yeah, I think we should be all right. Join it up and on we go, and so on and so forth. So plenty to do. So going around corners, obviously it doesn't like to bend, so it's probably better off doing it in shorter strips. But you can see that's more time consuming. But the other thing about using foil of any kind, whether it's copper or aluminium, is that it actually makes it quite hard to look into the cavities when you've got, let's not stick, it's stuck to my hand more than it's stuck to the edge of the cavity. Yeah, when you're trying to sort of work into the cavity and you've got shiny foil in there, it has a tendency to bounce a lot of light around, so you get dazzled and it's quite hard to see what you're doing. It can be quite hard to see. Fingers get mucky too, because there's a lot of grime inside these things. I wish I could just easily stick it there, but anyway. So this would make sure, what I'll do is in this cavity here, I will make a grounding point, probably just stick a lug in, some sort of lug, and screw it to the wall, and that will be what I can then anchor everything else to ground it, to make sure it's grounded. And that, one of the things I've learned over a long period of time is to try and, if you can help it, try and avoid or try and minimize the number of things that have to get soldered to the top of a pot, because that's a lot of heat that goes in there, and I think it's usually quite bad. Oops, there you are. Quite bad for the component to put lots of heat onto it. So as I say, if you know that you've got lots of things that need earthing, then better to have a harmless piece of point that you can connect up, instead of this is it's just slightly overruns. So what I want to do is just cut around the inside there. My knife is now blunt, so it's not really cutting properly anymore. There we go, spread out flat. Yeah, so try and minimize the amount of heat going onto any component, and if you can have a sacrificial common earth joint, even a piece of copper, then that's the way to do it. One of the things, when I was doing my little bit of researching earlier on about the whole business of conductivity and glue and stuff in the foils that people use, one of the things I brought to mind is I remember seeing in Brian May, and when Brian May and his dad made the Red Special, I remember seeing inside, because I've got the book, thank you Paul, I was given the Red Special book, and in it shows the Red Special being fully taken apart for its its servicing, refurbishing, and you can see where Brian and his dad made a copper, I think it's a copper cradle, for all the switching to go in, and they grounded that by they made sure that every bit of it was grounded. But you can see that they've got lots of pieces of copper, which they've then soldered together, which makes to make a cage. So even back then, Brian May knew, exactly what he was doing in making a Faraday cage. But the connections are very physical. So there's a thin copper plate instead of foil like this, and then they overlap, and then he's joined the overlaps with little blobs of solder. So that's the lengths you need to go to if you want your whole cage to be grounded properly. That wasn't quite what I wanted to happen, but it's happened anyway. So take that off. Now we've got a hole going through here. Now the problem with this hole here is if I punch it through the wrong way, what will happen is I will end up with the inside of the tunnel covered in foil, and that will run quite a big risk of grounding out. There's always a risk of the jack tip grounding out inside the tunnel. It's quite a common culprit, or regular culprit, because you can't see in there, and sometimes that's what happens, and it can sometimes be the last thing you find in your diagnostic if it won't make a noise, or the guitar's making a buzzing or something, and you can often be tracked down to the jack tunnel, A, because it's out of sight, and B, because it doesn't take an awful lot for that to ground out. I've had it grounding out on the finish before. It seems even finish can be conductive to the degree that it can help short circuit the hot signal to ground. I don't know if anyone else has found that, but that's something that's happened to me. So I always try to take great care in ensuring that there's nothing in the tunnel, and sometimes if all else fails I have to put a bit of tape, Gorilla Tape, in the tunnel. What you often find is with an old guitar like this, everything used was smaller scale, so you quite often even get smaller, thinner little jack sockets and so on, and you can find that they're not happy going into the tunnel. The tunnel is too tight because it was designed for smaller components, and so that's when you can get the problem with components on the new jack socket touching out and shorting. So quite sensitive little things. So what you really want is to keep that clear of foil. So it's not the prettiest thing in the world, because it's multiple strips, and we're putting piece on top of piece on top of piece, but it will do the job, as we've discovered, because we know it's conductive when it's all stuck together, so that isn't a problem. You're running? Yeah, we're still running. So now here we have, I might try and cut a bit of a corner on this if I knew where I'd put the blade. So sometimes you'll find that you've got to go around a corner, and it probably doesn't hurt to try and help things along by cutting a little bit of a corner. And that's maybe still, it doesn't want to stay there. And then it doesn't want to go down into the cavity unless you cut it some more. So a lot of it's just, trial and error to get it to fit where you need it to fit. So obviously there's a great big entry door there inside of the plywood of this thing, so there's no way you can cover that over. You can't put a sort of tin foil or a aluminium curtain wall or something, like a refrigerator door, one of those freezer doors. You can't do that. So basically you're trying to make as much of this a cage as possible. I think we've done fairly well. And put a little strip across the top there. and you can see that that overhang, excuse me, that overhanging, this overhanging material here will touch the inside of the cover, which currently doesn't have any tin foil on it. So we need to foil up those things to give to make the covers act as shields, or complete the shield, I should say. So the thing that's quite amazing is I've seen guitars, many guitars have been shielded, or people manufacturers often take the trouble to shield them up, but sometimes you find them without any connection to ground. So you think to yourself, well, how is this thing grounded, and how does it work as a shield if it's not grounded? And honestly, I don't know the answer to that. The only answer I have is, well, then it isn't. This one's interesting too. We've got a shaft here, but we also have a huge tunnel that goes that way. So there's not really a lot we can do to close up that space. So our shield is going to be broken. It's not a continuous cage in this case, but it can be a bit more shielded than it was. So the first thing I'm going to do is to try and start by getting this bit in as far as it will go. Not a bad start. I seem to have got that in. Don't forget, we've got to get a three-way switch in there. About as much as far as I can get my finger into there. Now we'll just do the vertical sides. Yeah, so if you go through all this business of putting foil and stuff everywhere, it isn't worth anything unless you ground it. It just simply doesn't act as a shield. It might accidentally in parts help a little bit, but it's not a Faraday cage. So where are you? There you are. Yeah, so you definitely want to be thinking about how you install, or how you set up the connection to ground. That's really important for it to work as a Faraday cage. So you can see this is piddly and time consuming, especially with an old shaggy old LP like this. The plywood stuff is really quite difficult to do shielding with, because it's just such crappy material. I mean, it did the job fine, right? Let's not be unfair to it. It makes a pretty fun guitar, but it's not the best material to try and work a cage onto. So I'm just trying to drop these sides, join up, and get a bit of shielding on the edge there. So we're coming towards the weekend, and I've got Adam's SG to tweak and finish this weekend, which is nearly there. What have I got sticking through? I've got some tape sticking through. There you go. Let's get rid of this because that isn't helping me at all. Yeah, I've got this to finish. The neck is nearly done over there. Pretty much ready. Just got a little bit of buffing to do. And then we've got, I'm going to do another fret level on Adam's SG, which was almost perfect, but I played it a bit yesterday and I just thought I'm going to do a tiny bit more before I'm completely happy with this. I don't want to send it without being completely satisfied. I mean, it's playing great. Just there's one note with a little bit too much buzz on a single note, so I'm going to get rid of that and sort it out. Okay, so I'm just coming around with one more piece on this side, and we'll be as shielded in here as possible. And then we'll move to the grounding process. For a grounding lug, you can use a piece of thin piece of copper, or a little one of those little electrical crimp things, which I think I'm just about out of now, the ones I prefer to use. Well, I've still got some I could use. Okay, here we go, into the cave, down the tunnel a bit, and that's good. And now we'll just turn this over and just tweak and cut the hole for the switch to go in. There we are. So now a little bit of inside of here to do, just to keep it all ship shape. You can see what we're doing. It's not the closest in of shots, but you don't need to be that close up. Hey, can I get it peeled back? Now I can. The other thing that can catch people out, no, let's put it another way. The other thing that caught me out a lot in the beginning when doing shielding things was you can forget a bit too easily that the shield is a ground point, right? Now that means, because you want it to be ground, because you want it to act as a cage, the danger is any point at which a hot lug touches that, it will cause a short. So you can get all sort of groovy about doing your shielding, and then you put everything together and something doesn't work. And it can often be that in your nicely shielded cavity, for example, a hot lug on a pot, perhaps it's not tightened up enough and it rotates a little bit, and if it rotates round and the hot lug touches the shielding on the side wall of the cavity, then you've got a short and the thing won't play. So although shielding is a great thing to do, it's a good thing to do, be cautious. I haven't got enough. How do I get a finger in there? Be cautious that, or treat it, remember that it's a ground point all the way through your guitar, and that if anything touches it that shouldn't touch it, it will stop your guitar working. So I've had times in the past where I've had to go back in and cover up the shield with some Gorilla Tape or something, or anything to isolate the ground so it doesn't touch out against a hot lug on a pot. This is nigh on impossible to get this get this anchored under there because it's got an overhang. So that's not that easy to do. But all the way around here, this is basically overhunged, which is a pain. And it's not going to reach the top because I can't get my hands up there with this material. But I'll get as well as I can. Remember, it's not just a nice looking copper thing that you put into the guitar cavities. It's a ground, it's electrically grounded, and it can cause you problems if you're not aware of that, if you don't think that through. So you have to be much more careful. It's the same actually when some people like to use the vintage style braided cable as a ground, to carry a ground all the way through the body of the guitar and stuff. See that one? That one's, I can't get in high enough. So if you use a braided cable, you've got to remember that you use the braid part as a ground. That's, in a way, that's what it's for. And it will only act as a shield, by the way, if the braid part is grounded. But if it is grounded, then your risk is that you run it through the body of the guitar and you forget that it is a ground wire, and it runs past, or often you can end up with it running past a hot lug and touches that and shorts the hot lug out, or partially does, and you get intermittently odd behavior that you can't diagnose. So that's the kind of freaky bit that you've got to keep in mind when you use when you run ground wires through the guitar. If you kind of think about it, you'll see why. When you figure that, or you get your head around it, you'll start to notice the way that manufacturers, when they use braided wire, you'll see how they use it, and that it never extends into the cavity. It's sort of anchored immediately it gets to a pot inside the cavity, so that it can't bump into anything accidentally. And the same thing with if you ground the switch on a guitar like this, then remember to ground it in such a way that the live hot wires don't go past it and touch out on the ground, because that's often a mistake that people can make if they sort of run the live feed from the switch over the top of or back past the ground wire, and if the ground wire it goes across and gets anywhere near the live lugs on the switch, then you can end up with ground out problems too. So that kind of dictates which way round you put the switch in the switch cavity. So it's always being aware of the grounding effect of the ground wires. It sounds obvious, but when you're doing it, it's easy to forget that that's what you're working with, a common ground. Right, that is as shielded as my hands can get in this rear cavity. There's a little bit of extra I could probably do there, just for pretty sake. Not Pretty Patel's sake, but just for pretty sake. Now, people with more time than me have done tests where they stand their guitar up against an amp with no shielding and do a recording, and then they come back and do all the shielding, and then come back later and do a second recording to show the difference in how much quieter it's become. I say that's for people with lots of time. I haven't done that, but I will take it on advice. If lots of qualified people who know what they're talking about say that's the case, then that's why I'll do it. In this case, it's not one of those things I feel moved to challenge or test myself. Well, it's always good to, if you've got time. So like the business today with the continuous conductive glue adhesive, I really wanted to see for myself whether we had conductive adhesive or not. Now I'm trying to get some. See, that stuck to there and broke off, so that hasn't really worked very well, but not too bad actually. So there's things like on the underside of the pickups too, it's hard to get to. There's some things that are good to try out, and if you get time, that's a kind of fun experiment to do. I've got, if I think about it, there are loads of those little things that I could remember if I had time for a quiet Saturday afternoon. Let's do an experiment. Probably should do something like that. Experiment corner, little feature, where we put to test some of the dogmas of the guitar world. Because in a way, that's the only time you really can test those things out, is when you've got a bit of downtime and your curiosity gets the better of you. Oh, I've just torn the bloody foil. You weren't supposed to tear the bloody foil. There you go. There you go, everybody. Get there eventually. So I think I'll be complete with this roll of tape, but I think I will head into town maybe tomorrow and get some more. some guitars I like to use the black stuff, and actually I like to use the conductive paint stuff in ones where I'm going to spray over, spray the finish with clear poly, because what's quite nice is when you have your shielding material covered up by a spray, which kind of seals it cleanly in place, so you don't get it all over your fingers, because it's polyed, if you like, into place. So that's one thing I like to do, because there's nothing worse than when you get close to finishing the guitar and you come into the bit that you'd like to be fairly clean and sort of not lab conditions, but you want it to be decent, clean, and your hands just get filthy because it's that conductive paint is just coming off everywhere. I'm going to go, and when I do the next spray in the spray room, I'm going to bring back my hand washing stroke washing up bucket, because right now I'm also picking up lots of dirt from this from these old shaggy plywood cut cavities. They're really yeah, they're still grubby, so that also, you know, I want to clean my hands. The thing about plywood as well, by the way, is that it tends to have lots of dust built into it, so that when you come to do things like this, there's a lot of dust that comes off and sticks to the conductive tape, and it, particularly if there's also the buffing compound still in there, which there often is, you find it really hard to get things to stick, because it's all wanting to come away in this sort of dusty rubble. But you can see we're not too far off. I've got these to poke through. So when you go to upgrade something like this, the first thing, I think I said at the beginning, you've got to be conscious of the original sizes of things. So the original bridge is usually thinner than a narrower, narrower than a modern bridge. So you have to really be certain that the neck you've got on here can tolerate the increase in bridge size. Usually that's the first question. And so the modern pickups tend to be wider than the original bridge, spacing 2. So typically on these old guitars, the bridge will be 50 millimeters, then have an E to E of 50 millimeters. Then your pickups are typically spaced for that. The neck is often a little narrower than many modern necks, so you can't really, if you go up in size with the bridge, you have to be careful that you've got the room on your neck for the strings to go down. So you've got to kind of keep all those things in mind, and hope it all works out. Right, I think that's okay. I'll give that a shake down. Oh, there's a bit of a gap in there, I can see. Actually, not really critical to connect it up, but I'll do it just because it's visual as much as anything. I can get this piece in there, down the tunnel without catching on too much on the way down. At this point, you could do with a poking stick of some kind with a rubber end. One more little bit on the ground. On the floor, and that'll be as much as I can realistically reach. Yeah, so with this, we've got the spacing on the bridge posts and everything are good for the new bridge. I expect it will place it a fraction wider on the neck. Come on, down you go. Dust doesn't want to play. Buckled up on itself and got stuck. Well, I'm sort of just about there. That's it. tiny bit more on this shelf here, and I'm done. So what I'll do in a minute, if I can find the old one, when I've got the camera off, I'm just going to double check the bridge spacing, the E to E spacing. If I can just get this piece of tape off. Come on. Right, this is riveting stuff, eh? In you go, onto the ledge, if you will, please. Maybe you will, maybe you won't. Maybe you get caught up. Go on the ledge, thank you. Yeah, kind of difficult to reach anywhere else now. There's one piece there which I try and make one small attempt, but whether I've got the tentacles required to get in there is anyone's guess. Because you can see, as you try and put something like that under there, it all catches on something else and the whole thing goes any and every way you don't want it to. Well, that's as good as we can be. Right, okay, so I'm going to call that shielding bit done. I'm going to clear up and come back in a minute. Okay, right, I think you can see that. So here I am in the, let's sort of do what we can off screen, you know what I mean, out of the body experience. So just what I'm aiming to do is wire up as much as possible outside of the guitar, and then we'll put it inside. So we've got 4 or possibly 5 wire pickups to come in, so we'll fit those a bit afterwards. So we've got, if we're going to do braided wire through the cavities, okay, we want a couple of lengths of wire. Now the thing about this is we've got to think about what we're doing. This is, okay, so tangled up. So we've got braided wire, which is good as long as the braid is grounded, then this is good for acting as an extra insulation for our to prevent electromagnetic frequencies. So what are we looking to do? Well, we want to have a braid goes to here. We want so yeah, the challenge is if you use braided wire in this way, you have to use 3, because you have to get the signal out. You have to get the signal out from the pots out to the switch, and then back out from the switch back out to the jack. And so that requires 3 things: a left and a right into the switch, and then a common output. So if we're going to run them all and we want them all to be covered or shielded, braided, then our way of doing it requires 3 wires. And actually the 4th one needs to fit third. Okay. Yeah, now the problem with that is the following, that when we get these come in, that's good. Right. I'm just working this out. That's not quite long enough, is it? So yeah, the problem you've got is you don't want the braided wire coming through, ideally, through the cavity where all these things are, because that braid will be grounded. So if this does come into the cavity, and we want the shielding part of it through as it goes through the body, then we have to we'll have to break off the shielding bit and run a bare cable from here. Not bare cable, a cloth coated cable. So we'd have to try and yeah. Now, is that worth doing, or would we just have a single wire coming out, which is much easier? What's the other way around? Let me just think about this. Not too much trouble. Yeah, that's the best way around. So what people tend to do is they get wire, and I haven't got any of that sort of wire. So let's see if I've got a bit of leftover wire in here. I've seen people do cool things where they get the wire like this, and they end up making themselves a kind of tied together thing. Now the problem is, if we go to here, we want the braid to go to the ground part here, and we want the separate ones to come and do what they need to do. All right, but then we want them, so we want them joined at about here, just after here. And what people like to do is they like to put some wire around it. I'm just going to hold it together for a minute with one of those. Okay, so we'll go, that extra bit will go to the, I need to go and get a spiky thing now. Extra bit will go to the up to the lugs at the front, and this will come all the way through the cavity into there. That will come neck volume out, and that will go to the jack. Actually, what we can do is better off if we do is we'll sheath this as it comes through, and then we'll have it extra shielded all the way through. So what the heck. All right, so the first thing we've got to do is we've got to tease out this braid and free up this shielded cloth covered wire. Now this is again fiddly, time consuming nonsense, and what we end up really wanting to do is we want to tease this out but try not to damage the braided the cloth covered part, and that's quite challenging because as the sharp end of this marker scribe thing goes through, it does tend to dig into the cloth part. But if we're careful and we sort of unpick as much as we can all the braid, and then what we'll eventually end up with is the braid off to one side. There's a lot of it, obviously. We don't necessarily need all of it, but this is going to be our grounding. Okay, so we can ground that bit there and run that bit around the front, so we can sort of, we can pull the, I don't know what you call it, yeah, the pushback wire. We can do a bit of that, but I'll try and do it just by stripping it all out, so we don't have to pull back too much, because that bundles it all up into a bit of a clump. So all of these wires, some people, like I say, they like to tie them round with a piece of wire and then solder it into a single kind of thing which grounds them all together. But these are, well, I suppose that's one way of doing it. Then you could only have to use one of them. No, let's have a think. Do that one, they're all ground together, then they're all grounded, but we still need this shielded cable out of the way. The trouble is with a shielded cable is once it's grounded, if it touches any of the hot parts, then you're shorting things out, which is definitely not what you want. So you can either tie things together like this with a cable tie, or you can do something with a little bit of wire, which looks pretty cool as well. If I can just get this to stick in somewhere. It doesn't want to do it. Okay, I'll just bend it around then. Yeah, so there's that kind of approach, tying it around with a little bit of wire, and then we could take off the cable tie, probably. Okay, so then you've got quite a cool looking little wound bit going on here, and you could get get a lump of solder onto there. Now for that I would need my extra heavy duty soldering iron in play, which has now gone here. It's good to have this extra hot one that can do sort of quick heat transfer. But we have to watch out for it because it's always at risk of touching something. Right, so I'm going to heat that up, then I'll join these together. And I think what I'll do is I'll just squeeze it flat as I mean to go on. Okay. So I'll then unpick the other ones. Now the question here, I suppose that's where a little bit of shrink wire or even a cable tie comes in handy, because we have 3 different colour cable ties. That way we can just keep an eye on which cable is which, because otherwise it can be all too easy to get lost. I don't know how well this will attach to the single wire, but let's see. Let's call this the first one, and we'll trace it through back to here. So this will be the output. So I'll do, I'll take some off at this end as well. So we've got to do all of that, both ends. Don't have to strip too much of this. I mean, the idea is that it's you push it back, and you could do it without stripping this back this way, but you get a funny sort of bunching effect happen. So if you've got a couple of minutes to spare, just take the time to unpick it a little bit. And also in this case, I do want to be able to just put that cable tie on here just to tell me this is the output. So in my colour scheme, the black, i.e. black, not the black wire, but the black cable tie is going to be for the output to the jack. But it will also ground, the shield will go with it to ground the jack. There you go. So that's my identifier. So then we have to unpick the next one. Again, it'll all be black in a wire, but we'll colour coordinate this one for the neck and then the next one for the bridge. So doing it with, you could do it with regular PVC coated wire, but doing it with this is an extra bit of insurance. I've got this wire kicking around spare, so it's an extra bit of insurance for preventing the radio frequency interference getting into the system. So if I just did it with PVC sheathed wire, then it would be much quicker, but I don't mind doing this right now. I can probably switch off and come back half an hour later when it's done. So at this point, of course, it doesn't matter if these different braids obviously touch, because the braided outside bit has no problem at all if that gets touched together, because it's all going to go to the jack, same earth point on the jack. So there's two of our errant bits here and there. There's 2 of our wires. So all of that's going to go to the tail end there. That's going to come around the front there, which is good. And then we'll strip this one out. But first of all, we'll put a red on here for red for right, obviously. Got millions of these little things, so there's no problem using them up. So let's just trace the red one through. There it is. Often I find that keeping track of which is which can be one of the most confusing bits when you run something through cavities in a Les Paul or a guitar body of any kind, because you're out of sight and then you can get them mixed up, and that can cost you an awful amount of hassle at the other end when you wire the wrong one to the wrong thing because you've mistaken it for left when it's in fact right. So having them marked in a way that you can recognize them from early on saves quite a lot of grief. Okay, so this is my right for red for right, which I'll just go on there for now. And frankly, it could go there. I mean, I don't know why I'm bothering with that. Just put it on there, it's got a better chance of gripping. On this end anyway. All right, righty. Fling, fling. So on the final end, we need to now strip off this little one. So we've got black, red, and what's it going to be? White. Okay, so gripping telly this isn't, I know. So as I said, the thing to make sure is when these braided wires come anywhere near the electrics cavity, they have to be either stop before they can get into trouble, i.e. if they stop at the back of the pots, that's fine because they're not near anything, they can't touch out on any lugs, or if they have to cross the cavity, then they need to be shielded or sheathed, which I will do by covering this with some shrink tubing. So this, when it crosses the cavity to the jack plug, this will go around the back, probably make it go off to one side, but also make sure that it's got some yellow shrink stuff, keeping it away from shorting out anybody who doesn't want to be shorted out. So that's the idea. Better safe than sorry. Okay, so we've got obviously at this end we've got a load of earth wire. So I can sort this out a bit. It's always difficult to pull this through and get it out of the way of everything. Okay, so there's all my ground wires, which could be as thick or as thin. We could thin them down or whatever, but at this point in time it's okay because they're going to go to the back of that switch. Now the only challenge with these switches are sometimes these are a little bit, this type of switch is a little bit too much for that kind of old style Les Paul. So there's like not enough room in the whole thing to do it. So we shall see. Hopefully it won't be a problem. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to put this away for a second. I'm going to get this up here and we're going to put some solder onto this nice thing. Now where's the solder? Let's use the thermonuclear device. Get in there, heat up, do your business. So that's gone onto the nicely onto the metal going round the braid. I'm just trying to get the rest of the braid heated up with a bit of solder in it, because that will make sure it's all grounded together. Okay, very nice. That'll be hot, quite hot. So we've got our three colours. We've got our braided wire there to ground, and we need to put a bit of solder on that. Now the thing about this is it probably won't go through that hole, because there's quite a lot of it. So we'll solder up a chunk of it and then we'll cut it short and load it with some solder ready to tag to the eye on the back of the switch. So get rid of most of it and then attempt to So now let's just line this up with there's that goes onto there, and these want to come around there, so they're all about the right length. We could do with a tiny bit removing off the end of each. So none on there. Crappy cutters. Thank you. Okay, so what do we reckon we'll do? Let's go. We'll go. Let's go red for, what do we call it? Red will be for the neck pickup. We go white is the output, isn't it? Or is it black? Black, the long one. It's the black. Okay, so black is the output. I don't know what you can see here. Let's look straight down for a minute. Let's hook up. Sorry. Let's hook up the output. Can we look in, zoom in without losing track of what's going on? Just about. So, no, that's not right. Let's get black. Let's get the right one to the right place, shall we? As we imagined we would. Okay. I guess what I really ought to do is get this ground connected up, and that will hold things in place. So we can let's get some solder onto there. As I say, this is not a big enough hole to get this whole great big pile of ground wire through, so I think we're just going to need to load up the switch and give it something to hang on to. Okay, let's see if it will go through somewhat. Come on, in you go. Now it's hard to get the heat through. Okay, it's attached there. Now we want the black is the, let's do it this way, let's do the right one first. So this is the neck. What I don't like about the pushback wire is that although it pushes back, it doesn't actually push back far enough to give you a clear run, and it always involves some cloth getting stuck in it, and I'm not too keen on that because it burns the cloth as much as anything else. Right, no. So if I put this on here and solder that to there, I suppose a way I can get around it, probably not very good visual, but I can heat this up and just pull it back a fraction. Just gets it a little bit back away from the sorry, probably can't see anything. Tiny bit back away from, yes, you can't see anything because I've messed up your view. I'm so sorry. Oh, right, it's Kevin. Okay, so now we're going to go to the middle, which is the out from the switch, and I'm going to come in sideways. So what I'm going to do is I think I'll just load this joint a little bit first, and then we will on both sides, and then we'll push. Sorry, this is terrible because you can't get a good view and I'm all over the place. I'll push this in from the side, on this side. Ouch. That's 1, 2, and then the third one. Yeah, it's too much fluff. I don't like it. I'm not happy with this kind of stuff. I'd much rather have a clean cut. But I guess you got what you get given. Just looks shaggy. That's what I don't like about it. This sort of thing. Let's see how well that holds. Okay. So that's my switch. Not the prettiest thing in the world. But that's the switch, and in this case what we're doing, what was it, what colour we got? Red is the neck pickup. Okay, so obviously we now can't do anything, we can't hook that wire up yet because it's now waiting to go. I have to insert it into the guitar before we can do anything with it. So now we come on to these bits, and I will borrow a bit more wire from here, since we've got a bit of a spare wire. Cut this off, and from this I'm going to use a couple of, oh actually I'll use a few more bits. Let's use more of this. Since I don't have any standard wire, that's okay. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to put, we're going to ground the volume pots, third lug, actually it's number 1 lug, sorry, it's always difficult to read how it's read. I should practice that a bit more. Number 1, this one, when you look at it from where I'm looking at it, it's not number 1. But anyway, so we're going to hook up each one of these with a little bit of wire. See if I can keep hold of the little piece of wire. And this is where I'm going to load the pot tops with some solder. Now remember, I wanted to put a sort of junction, a ground earth junction somewhere, so that a lot of it doesn't have to go on the pots. So I will get myself a bit of conductive copper or something, and we'll get ready to make a, that's not very good, Sam. It's whizzing around. I'll get ready to make myself a common earth point. So still, while I've got this very hot iron in my hand, I'm going to just do the other end of this deal. And then when that's in place, I can add a bit more onto here because it's not properly grounded, soldered. Okay, so then I will also get this glue out of the way because it's not helping. What we'll do is we'll hook this up, bend that, trim that, bend that back, trim this one, get rid of that, pull that up, got that. Okay, now we want some capacitors. What ones have I got? These big Chinese ones. 223, 223. So these are going to go into here, actually that way around. So the middle and I don't need as long, so cut that back a bit. Middle onto the top like that. Middle onto the top like that. Okay, so I will load up. Just get these sort of pointing at each other. I'll just load up this middle lug on each one of these tone circuits. You know, you can wire it up using only one. Habitually I end up using two. Don't know why, it's just the way I've always done it. It kind of suits my brain better. Okay, so there's the first one. Hold it down, let it set. Good. Second one. I'll load the middle ones a little bit more in a minute when I've done the other bits. Now, what I was going to do was going to put some wire all the way around these. So I'm going to borrow a piece of core wire from here, and this, in a way, this will just hold these pots all together in a grounded loop. Now, you can put them around the side, which sort of looks kind of cool, but that means I have to put the things on its side, and that gets quite difficult to do. So I'm going to do it on the top, and we'll just run round. Now, this is a way to make sure that every pot is grounded to every other pot, and if I'm a bit smarter I would have got those done up connected with that one. Probably should have used some this stuff, if I can find it. Where's it gone? Where's it gone? Where's it gone? Can't find it. Flux. Don't know if this is even working anymore. Yes, it is. Let's put some flux on there. Let's see what you can see. Oh yeah, it was still visible. Jolly good. Don't know if I'll get too much further with this tonight because it's been a bit slow on the go, but I'm trying. No control over the solder. Come on. Come on. Thank you. Why can't I get any solder to melt in there? I think it's time I invested in yet another better soldering station, because this is the end of the line, I think. It's really failing to transfer heat adequately. Right, a bit more solder on here. Thank you. More on there. And a bit on here. Now I'm going to go away and find myself a common ground point. I don't understand what's happening to these soldering irons at the moment, because I'm getting absolutely lousy conductivity of heat, transmission of heat. Right, let's give me a little ring of wire. Come along now. It's just not doing it. I honestly don't know why this is. There's quite a lot of heat in there already, which I don't like, but this thing just doesn't want to transfer heat properly. Let's try this one. part of the problem is pressing down on something and trying to get the heat to come through the object as well. I probably ought to have kind of tinned it up first, but right, that's how it should be. Thank you. Across to there. Come on. That's better, thank you. Right, so as you can see, it's just long-winded and boring, tiring, and clumsy, and it seems that certain parts of the soldering iron will do the business and other parts won't. Thank you. Right, last bit. So this is all of our pots joined together in a single common earth, and that means we need to have the earth comes into the system through the jack socket, goes up to the switch, grounds the switch, comes back via the common earth cables shielding the signal cables, comes back to the top of these pots, which then goes round. In fact, it only needed 3 of them doing, because that one's connected. Anyway, so this one goes all the way across as we've shown, but I will need, when the time is right, I will need to put a sheath on that, keep it out of the way, safely out of the way, and that could be a black one, or it could be an orange one. Let me see what I've got here. Can't see nothing. It's a little bit messy and untidy. Probably do the job. Right, so let's take off its little identifying mark for a minute, and then we can go through there. Will it do it, or will it get stuck? Get there. Okay, come on, through you go. Yeah, something like that. Okay, so we know that that's the jack socket output, and then we have finally the white, which we didn't label up badly. Of course, this can't be done until we put the wires through the body and so on. Okay, so that's that. That's good. That's good. Those are connected up. We want to take one wire off here, and we'll make it a blue one for fun. And this wire is going to come off the top of one of these pots, and it's going to go to a common point, which will either be could be one of these things here. Whatever it is, it's got to be big enough to attach a load of different points to it. So let's see, this might work. We're running out of these, time to get some new ones. Meanwhile, get this sorted out. So this will, one of these here, one end of this will go to a pot and the other end will go to a ring, which will become a common earth point in the first cavity, and then other cavity grounds can come to that point instead of having to go onto the top of a pot. Come on now. So, one of these into here. Let's put this one here, why don't we? See how everything gets totally clogged up in this place. Come on then. Get your heat into there, baby. Okay, so that's our shared earth point. Now, whether this is going to be the right thing or not is another matter. So it's got to connect to the shield properly. That's the first thing. So it needs to be screwed into the shield, and that is too small a hole, so I'm going to have to drill that hole if I want to use this. And then what I was thinking is, then this could be this sort of lump here could come off there. If that's screwed in, that could become the lug for attaching earths to. So I better go. You hang on there for a minute, and I'm going to drill up the hole, lock this in the vise for a minute, if I can. And then drill, widen the hole on here, I should say. If that's big enough, probably not. There's a bigger hole. With you in a minute. That's a better. Okay, so that will be the thingy. That will become. We'll get a load of solder up on there. It's not a very large piece, but it doesn't have to have too many things attached to it. So just off camera, just load it with some solder, and it will be ready to receive attachments. Probably. Okay, leave that there for a minute. So, looking at our arrangement, I think we've got our basics done. What I'm going to do is, sorry about this for a second, I'm just going to shake out my cloth here and get rid of any helpful bits and pieces I don't need. Just make the room, make sure there's no scratchy bits anywhere, and then bring in our good friend, the thingy. Now, there are lots of little bits we've got to take care of here. We're going to put this thing back on, but the problem is it doesn't have any original sticky on it. So we're going to need to use some extra sticky carpet tape, but it's actually difficult because it's very hard to cut around the shape without it showing, but we'll do our best. Out of picture a minute. Actually, you know what I'm going to do is I'm going to do a couple of strips, I think. I don't want to make it go all the way around. The reason for that is I think it's going to be hard as hell to get it to stop showing through, and it looks ugly when it shows through. This stuff is impossible to cut. quite did it. Bear with me. This is why wiring does not make good video, because there's 1,000 fiddly little things to do that have to happen off camera. And that, I think, is made a bit of an ugly mess of that. So let me just cut that bit off because it's getting in the way. And let me put a different bit on. I used to kind of try and get this to stick down with a whole ring of double-sided tape, but it becomes really hard to cut it away around the centre hole. So I'm trying to tack it down with just a couple of points, but even that's not easy to achieve. Just bloody impossible to manipulate. Yes, I'm muttering, okay? What of it? Okay. Ow. Freak that as well. Okay. So the first thing I'm going to do, which you can't obviously see very well until I do something like this, is I'm going to gently replace this on here. There you go. That's it. That's as good as it's going to be. Now we have the next bit, which is take our switch out of the mock-up, and our switch is going to go through into this space here, which means I've got to put the wires through. Guys, how did that happen? Yeah, so the first thing I'm going to do is put these wires through, and that's where they've got to go. And I've got to guide them through. Right, and then we put our switch, oh, forgot the washer, put our switch in there and sort of pull our wires a little bit, make sure everything kind of pulls through. Now the most important thing is we've got to make sure that nothing, I've lost the outer washer, damn it, hold on. Yeah, we've got to make sure that none of the lugs touches the inner shielding. Okay, now we've got, unfortunately at the moment I don't have a gold screw at this point in proceedings. I only have a chrome one, but I can have a look for one. So I'm just looking in here now. These are all clear of the thingy. Technically, this pocket here needs grounding as well, if we're being really honest about it. So we would genuinely want to put a little screw inside of there and screw a little grounding plate into there as well, which I'm now running short of. Well, I can probably do it. Okay, so we know which is neck, we know which is thingy. Right, I'm going to get my thingies, which are known as adjustable spanners. We've got some gold ones of these, which actually might be a nicer looking, but might not. Just put this under a bit of pressure to hold it in place. That's in a good position. Okay, everything's out of everything else's way, shielded. As I say, we've got to hook up that cavity. So even that cavity, oh brilliant, that cavity on its own isn't grounded until you ground it. It's no point just having a bit of copper foil, aluminium foil in there unless it's connected to ground. So we have to do that bit. This earth wire is got a little sheathing tube on it, which is being a bit of a pain. That's it, will do. Okay, so to get this grounded, we're going to need the last of these couple of little eyelet things. I can get them even out of the thing. Actually, I probably need, technically, I need a couple more. Two more, one more on top of this. But now we've run out of the small ones. On to the next size up, which may or may not hold down. It may be too large to hold a screw in place. So I'm going to put this out of the way for a second. I need to do a little bit of more preparing work. This is nice and hot. The whole room's got nice and warm now thanks to that. So we have two little ones here which are going to make, they're going to make the ones that ground the two pickup cavities, because they're not technically connected yet. Even though I've tried to connect them, we can't guarantee they're connected. So if they're going to be grounded, they need to be grounded deliberately, consciously. So that's the end of these. I need to get some more. But we get some, I'm going to use blue because we've used up all the black. So these are going to go back from the neck pickup back, and from the bridge pickup back to the place in the cavity that's going to be the common earth. So what time is it, by the way? Oh, 2018. Okay, I better go in about 20 minutes, so we're not really going to get very far. Better than nothing though. So what I do with these is I put the thing on there like that, squash them, crimp them into place, and then we'll solder them up, make them stick, and they'll run back into the common earth lug in the cavity, the electrics cavity. That and that. So we go that to there. Get that. Oh yeah, I want to be able to see that join. Thank you. Join up. That's that end. I suppose we could do with a blob of solder on that end ready to go for when we join it to the common earth lug. Doesn't hurt none. Off to one side. Join this up. Again, a little bit of a blob on this one as well. Ready? Thank you. Off to one side. Now this one is a bit bigger, but we still need, this could be the one that grounds the, what's that thing called? Oh, you know what I mean. The switch cavity. I think that should be it. But it needs a bigger screw with a wider head on it, so we'll have to figure out what's needed to hold it in place. We'll just get something that crushes it up against the aluminium and then it's grounded. Oops. Bit more crush. There we are. Probably do both ends at the same time. Come along. Thank you. All right, boring, ain't it? So this is okay, but what I don't know is what it requires in terms of the screw size. So I'm going to have to go and find that out right now before we do anything else. I might just put in the pots tonight. If we can get the pickups in, what do I need? What am I looking for? Oh yeah, screw that will hold that in place. So I want a small screwdriver bit. I need the screwdriver. I need a small screw to do it. Let's have a look. Will this do it? Where is it? Will this do it? Is that going to hold it, or will it just fall all, falls all the way through? That's no good. How about one of these? It's a bit chunky, but might do the job. Yeah, well that'll do. It is chunky, so I'll need a bigger screwdriver bit for the pilot hole for that. Not too big, yes. Let's take this one. And now I need the screwdriver, which is over here. And it's already got that bit in there. Right, I'm going to do something over here because it just saves me backing across for a minute. I'm going to make a hole in there. That's a hole for that. Yes. And I think what I'll do is while I'm at it and you can't see, I'm just going to screw that into place before I bring it over. So we know it's there. Can you see me? Okay. That's a bit extreme, but it does the trick. Right, so I'm going to need two little anchor points in there, which I need this for. I'm going to need a couple of screws. Will do the job. That one and this one will do. The butterfly clip, I should have used that. That's a much better thing. Okay, these might be too long for this. I don't want to go through the body of the guitar. It's a bit of a pain going into the side walls, but I'll have to do that. Excuse me a minute. If I can actually reach with this screwdriver. Drill, I mean. Okay, so that's that. I'll need to have one on the side as well, so that has to stay there. This has to come over here. Now, we need one in the end here, which could have a butterfly clip on it, which could be the bit that we solder to, actually. That's not a bad idea. So let's go a bit into the side here. That's good. That's that. Okay, so now what I shall be wanting to do is I shall want this one to come through into that one, Actually, I need longer, don't I? I haven't done that very cleverly, have I? All right, well, one's going to go through to there and one's going to go through to the next one. That sort of works. So all of this preparation with fiddly grounding screws is got a mega kind of set of hassle, really. There's no quick way around it. So there's the neck cavity grounded. Through comes the ground wire. Now in this case, what I'll do is I'll screw in the second one, which I put down somewhere there, and this will screw into there, and what I'll do is I'll solder that one to that one. Assuming I can get in there with the... Actually, what I should probably do is solder it first. That would make sense, since I can't get into it any other way. So I'm sorry if it's not a very good view. What am I trying to do? Oh yes, I'm trying to solder this to this, like that. Stay. Thank you. So that's 2 ground points into one, and then the screw is here. That goes in there, which then goes into there, which means we've got both cavities grounded, and if I spin this round, that should then go into the next cavity, to the common earth thing. In you go. Far enough down. Come round you. Come round and bend down. Okay, and then this goes through there. Comes out eventually. Should come out here if I can push it through successfully. God, how can it be so difficult to get a wire to go through a single? Where's it gone? It's gone. There it is. Sorry about this, I'm just off screen at the moment, arsing about trying to rescue a blue wire. Thank you. Blue wire comes through. Right. So, grounding wires gone through and everything. Okay, switch wires gone through and everything. Now, here comes the next fun bit. The fitting of the pickups. We have blues engine, black bridge, and we have blues engine neck and iron gear pickups. Right, drop those down there, and then we have our pickups here. Right, so now we're going to attach these. Now the problem we've got, I think, is that the ones I managed to get, I have a feeling they are flat. So I don't think this is going to work very well for us. It's a bit more curved. It'll do it, but it's a little bit under pressure. That's not so bad because it's I think I'd rather use curved. Let's see what the original ones were like. If they were broken, we may have to pause. Will you in a second? Bits. Where are the bits? Where are the bits? Where are the bits? Where are the original bits? Original bits, original bits, please. Not there. Here. Oh no, they're actually okay. That's good. Right. I'll use these no problem, which means I've got to get them apart. Let's hope they fit with the new pickups. Of course, this part we don't know. Let's just take them off anyway, and we shall try. Okay, so here we have our old ones, which we hope will accommodate the new pickups. So which one is this? This is the neck, isn't it? Yep, neck, so it's that one. See, it's got the multiple cable core. So let's hope this all fits. It seems to work. Let's get the right way around. It's always a pain to get these things fitted. It's like the most clumsiest looking activity you could possibly imagine doing. Blimey, eventually get there. We don't need that. That's no good. All that. All that. That one. Thank you. Okay. I think we're all right. So what we'll do is for tonight we'll get as far as getting these all strung through, and then we'll stop, I think, because it will need some clearing up and some more time. Okay, well, the old covers seem to do the job. So first thing we've got to do is in with the cable, find our way around. Through it comes. It's a bit untidy in there, so be careful. Through you go. Hello, what's going on here? Oh, have I gone through some sort of... Yeah, I've gone through a slot in the roof, which is a pain. Right, so there's our new pickup. Gone through, or in place. We can line up the original holes, which we'll need to redo with a smaller drill bit than this. This one will do. And I think I'm going to use the gold screws, because I think they will look better. I think I've got enough, judging by this. I've got a load on order, but I think we'll go with gold, since most everything else will be gold. So the secret is get this lined up over its original hole. It's not it's very thin plywood, I'm afraid, so these are going to be too long, but hopefully they'll look good. There we are. Get this one down on this side. The neck pickup nicely in place. We've still got to feed all of this through in some order. And through it comes. So what happens is, by the time you get all of this stuff in, you end up with a sort of dizzying amount of wires sticking out, and if you're brand new to it, it can feel really daunting. So on a 5-wire, or sometimes known as a 4-wire pickup, just remember on this one that the bridge is a black cable, but on this on these 5-wire pickups, the coil split pair is already soldered together and taped, so you don't have to do anything with it unless you want to use it for switching of some kind. So in this case, we're just going for a straightforward humbuckers, but we happen to have blues engines. So we're not going to do anything with the coil split. We'll just leave that pair taped off out of the way. So it makes it a little bit simpler. It does start to get mind-boggling when you're then separating the coil split pair and feeding one bit off into a switch and so on and so forth. Okay. I've done this the right way around. Yes, I have. Thought I fooled myself for a minute. Okay, so here again we've got it's all grounded, so I can put this in now without any fear of getting into trouble, because I know I've grounded the things I need to ground. So these cavities are safe and sound, and I can just get this in place. And what I'll do as well here is I'll do a quick positioning of this one, so I can put these on. You can see it's a bit mucky. I have to clean everything up again at the end. Put this over the old hole there. It's going right through. You can, there's so little material, but hopefully it will hold it this one time. Having put the new whatchamacallits, the plugs in, wooden plugs in. Okay, so that one looks just on the edge of being in the right place, but it is in the right place because that's where the holes were. So I'll hold off putting any more in until we can make doubly sure of that. That's the important thing. Okay, so now we'll kind of ignore that side. So here we've got a lead to solder to there and close that off once we put some foil on there. And we'll probably get some vintage. This might be in time to get the vintage screws if they arrive. They're not actually vintage screws, they're just smaller black screws, but it's not really critical. In some ways it's almost better if we go with slightly more modern screws, because then they're a little bit bigger and they'll provide a bit more grip. But we want to put some foil on there. I want to ground this cavity here to the switch, which is over there and just about possibly available. I get some. In fact, it makes sense to do that bit now. So let's see if we can get a good view in it. Hooray. So I'm going to attempt to get a little bit of, now that would stay in the way, wouldn't it? I'm going to attempt to get a little bit of solder onto this other side of the earth wire here. In fact, if I can get it onto this cable here. No. It's really difficult. Maybe I should do a bit of the old stuff. I just need to be able to hook this wire on.
That's very difficult because it's shedding all the heat. No, it doesn't want to do it. Okay, there we are. We've got ourselves a bit of solder in there. Okay, done. So when the timer's right, we'll fold that little fella out the way like that, and that will be ready to put some shielding on, put it back together. This is smaller, it's actually shrunk from its original size, so you can see it leaves a little bit of a view of the foil. I mean, we could try and remove some of that, but it's not going to be the best, tidiest thing in the world, I don't think. Maybe we can. It'll still work as a shield, but maybe we can get rid of some of that. The excess, the hanging over bits. Sort of. Just about, yeah, it's not so visible. Okay, bear with me. Fiddly little things you would never kind of predict in the process of getting this done. I mean, it's a bit of a grubby old thing anyway. Let's have a look. Right, I think that's about as much as I want to take off. Maybe a little bit there. Okay, well, there's enough there. It's just to hopefully hide some of the overhang. Same probably with this one, but I can't be bothered to worry about it just now. So we've got the jack socket. So if we zoom out, sorry, it's the most boring video in the world. Jack, neck, ground, neck pickup, bridge pickup. Oh, we're missing. Oh no, we're not. I've got to strip that one out. Damn it, I forgot that bit. Pushed it on through without teasing it out. It's the white one anyway, so we know that is bridge. So we know what everything is on the here. And then what I'll do is, once I've got this stripped out, then we have to basically, we'll put in the pots, and they'll be ready for hooking up with everything. So it's a slow old process to get all these different wires into the right places, and we've also got that, we've got a common earth lug to screw into place in a minute as well, not forget that, for which I need a screw, and I can't remember. There's the lug. Let's find a screw. I suppose this little tiny one might do. It is a bit small. Let's use a metal tuner screw. No, let's use this long thin thing. No, that's too long. That's for the sake of it. Ow! Don't hurt me. Right, and we drilled a little hole, didn't I? Yes, we did. I did. Is this big enough to get the thing through? No, it's not. We need a tuner screw, otherwise it's too big. That was clever. So here's our lug, common ground lug, which means I've got to get that into this hole here. And not like that. And then end up with it sticking out sideways or somewhere where I can easily add solder things to it. That feels about right too. me. There we go. Lovely. Now we need a bit of green robbly tape. Big tidy up required tomorrow. So we have neck. So we're going neck, bridge. So let's get these to their correct sides of the game. So neck out over here. Bridge over here. Neck we know is red. That's going over there. Jack socket out through the jack hool, which we can trim down to whatever size we need. Bridge, bridge. Hurrah. Let's stick that out of the way for now. Jack. And we've got two earths as well, which we can stick in the middle here, out of the way. Ta-da! So that all makes complete sense, right? We get where everything is. That's grounded, job done. That just needs the lid putting on. Now we're going to just poke our way through. There he is. Like so. And now we can remove our throws them on the floor straight away. That's a good start, Sam. So I'm going to just get all of the pots and I'll stick them all in where they belong, and then they can sort of do them up, and then they can wait for the grand hookup tomorrow, which is Friday. So I know which is which because I can see where all this is labelled up. So as we take these out, they sort of stay roughly in shape, roughly, until they don't anymore. So we're going to need, if we just put those there for a minute, we're going to need some spacer nuts, effectively, and we could probably use some extra. It would be good if we had some larger washers. Let's find, first of all, the spacer nuts. So we are looking for correct size ones, like so. Maybe not. Actually, it doesn't. Oh yes, it does. That's okay. That's one. Another one, maybe. Nope, too big. It's quite difficult to find the exact ones. That's a good one. I think these two will do. Right then, come on you. So the question next is, how far out do these need to sit? And I perhaps could have done this earlier on. We guess the thickness, which isn't very thick, of the plywood. So we're kind of aiming to leave probably the same amount sticking up on each one, which is a bit of a guess. And then we can start by, if we don't have any washers for these, we can just drop them straight in like this. Get them into their holes, push them through, see how far they stick out. Not enough. Okay, so a little bit of backing off there. Hard to handle these things. A little bit of backing off there, a little bit of backing off there, and some backing off there. Right, try again. Push, 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 push. Okay, look to be about right. Actually, these two at the back are a little bit shorter, so I'm going to push them all the way on. Okay, that's now, you're going to straight away now put on the nuts on the outside. Okay, that's a good place. That's good. So after all of this, you still have to clean up again because your fingerprints get on everything, and no matter what you did to clean up in the first place, it always ends up being grubby again. Come on, come on. And finally, okay. Whew. That'll be good enough for tonight. So just make sure everything's pointing in the right direction. Things are lined up. That will go out through there. That's good. See that down there. There's our extra thing. Okay, sorry about this. Crap view. I'm going to do some tightening. Okay, so there is our 4 pots all neatly tightened up in place, and it is now, will now only be a matter of hooking all of these up, but I'm going to leave that for tomorrow because I think I've done enough today. So I want to hang this safely out of the way, give myself room to tidy up before I get going again. Oh, and that's an earth one as well. Hook that out of the way. So the nice thing about having done this a few times now is I know where everything now has to go. Whereas years ago I would have been staring at it with a blank expression, but not anymore. Okay, so let's get this hung up out of the way safely. I've got to fill the strap button holes. Just remembered they need filling with wood. Right, so that's that. I'm making some weird noises every time I move. So there we have it. The basics in place, ready to hook up. All right, thanks for watching. I think we're cold in, so I bring to you the I bring to you where's it gone? The Avon for wiring up. Let's get this jack socket, preferably with, come on now, seems to have a distinct lack of nuts. Maybe that's one there. Maybe I can use that one. Hey. Hold fire. Sorry about this, just trying something out. What was that just fell off? What happens to me? I don't understand. Look away, something falls down. It's as if I dropped it, which I did that time. Now, what I want, if it's not too much trouble, is a washer for this here jack socket. And it is making things difficult. That won't, oh, that will go through just. Right, there's our washer. Fine. Get that over to one side, cut that back. Right, note to self, go chasing jack socket. of those, I think. Okay, so I'm going to try and keep everything exactly where it is, so you can see fairly well. Fanta, horrible. What's wrong with this? Is it sugar-free or something? Okay, so we've got both the both of my soldering irons going. So what we've got, it looks a bit messy with the green tape, but I've got everything separated out. So this thingy over here, I shall just tack back onto here. That one is the output to the jack, and we'll do that last. So, I haven't made these long enough, have I? Like a complete doofus, you might say. Okay, so what shall we do? We've got that set up, we've got this, so we need to go, we need a couple of bits of jumper wire. Right, so how have I got black? Oh, that's the wrong spool. Let's use some yellow. So, cut a couple of little pieces here for the purpose of jumping from the volume pot to the tone pot in each case. I'll do that as yellow. And then we'll get going. So I find getting all of these things sort of organized as much as possible before you start any soldering is the best idea. Now all of these are lifted above the ground, these pots, which is good, even though the idea is often that you ground the pots on the shielding. I never really trust that, so I take care of the shielding grounding separately, because I would rather have the pots standing up. The reason I'd rather have the pot standing up is so that the lugs don't touch anything. It's much more problematic for me that the lugs were to touch out on the grounding. Yeah, that'd be much more of a problem than anything else. So I like to get those clear and out of the way. So I'm just tinning the ends of these here wires. These little jumpers across to the, you can't see them, but I'll show you in a minute. Jumpers to go across to the tone pots. You out of the way, you out of the way. Okay. I'm not really sure I need those helpy hands things for the time being, so I can keep those safely out of the way. So, my clever idea about having a, I think I'll do a bit longer one. I had this idea about using an external or separate lug here to attach extra ground leads to, and I'm probably not going to use it that much, except I will do my best right now to make one more thing for it. So I will need the helping hands again. Oh, I'm so sorry. This is very interesting, isn't it? So this is tonight's job, being a Friday night, Friday evening up at the workshop. Tomorrow's job will be a tiny tweaking fret level on Adam's SG, which is due for dispatch on Monday, hopefully. It should be Monday. And then on Sunday, we've got a bit of family time lined up, which is kind of rare. I'll probably get some packing done as well. Get those guitars ready to travel. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to remove this one here because it's too short. So that's not going anywhere. This is going to go across to here in the end with a bit of excess spare room. Okay, so the first thing let's take care of is this is the bridge pickup. So I've already joined together the black, and the one is black and one is bare with the black sheath on it. So I've joined those two together because of the way we're using this just as effectively a two-wire humbucker. We don't need the extra wires, so the coil split is tucked out of the way there. the extra bare one is joined up with the ground here. I'm using the red as the hot in both cases. So in this case, what I can do is I think if I can just see if I can stretch this and tuck it back in a little bit. The more it's out of the way, the further out of the way it is, I should say, the better in a way. So the first thing I want to do is get this hot lug into that hole there. And I also, at the same time, want to make sure I'm getting a... God, I can't see what I'm doing. I'm blinded. It's actually partly the difficulty of this, as you can see, this thing jumping out the way. So the uncoiling of the plastic heat shrink thing. So what I'm just going to try and do, God, I'm going to try and put this in here and just double it back a little bit so it will hold like that. Thank you. While I get the next bit on, which is the that's what I'm looking for, is the jumper for the tone. So can you see what we're doing here? Just a minute. So yes, beep beep. So I'm going to fix these two into this lug on the volume pot. So again, this is where I said yesterday we got all this reflection coming from the foil, which is one of the downsides of using foil. So there's that one connected up. Put that back in there. Now the next thing we want to do is put the ground wires, pick up ground wires onto the top of the pot. Now for that I'm going to try and use, first of all, use the this heated up, superheated old soldering iron for this, if I can get it in there. Now this is where you've obviously got to be careful that you don't run into one of the old anything else in the area that you're trying not to get burnt with this iron. So I'm going to get the heat from this through into the solder underneath. Come on. Quite hard going. This doesn't seem to do it very well. Right, so that's this pickup organised. I was hoping to perhaps include this on there. I might do it as a separate thing and just reheat it again. I also want to try and clean up this end of this thing, soldering iron tip, because it's really struggling to transmit heat. So what I'm going to do is put a bit of this stuff on there, and let's get hold of, have I lost it? No, it's there. Let's get hold of one of these. I've put a blob of solder on the end, so this should help me to add this to the mix. Bit of extra solder. So this bit kind of warms up pretty well, right, as you can see. So this goes on the top, and I can add a bit of extra pressure. I'm trying to get this to all heat up. Ow. It's really not that brilliant. I don't know why this is such a crap thing. I'm going to just get a file and clean up the end of it. Soldering iron, I need it to work a bit better than this, I'm afraid. Come on, you. See if we can send a bit more heat through here. Let's tin it again. Tinning one side, tinning the other. hooking up. You know you want to do it. What's that? Something else moving. Okay, well, struggling to impart heat with this, and I don't really understand why. It's not too bad. Okay, let's hold this off for a minute. Okay, so now we've got the ground which we can put over there in the end. So the next thing we want to do is we want to take the output, which goes out to the output that goes out to the switch. It comes out of the middle lug. I promise you it does. If I had fingers of steel, I could bend that up and it would hold on, but it might just hold on. So now I'm going to have to do a bit of gymnastics again, carefully going in such a way as not to melt anything that shouldn't be melted. Let's see if we can get access with the solder, which it doesn't want to do very well. Okay, so there's the live wire soldered in place. Now once again I've got the challenge of heating the pot, which I'm massively keen to do. I think I'm just going to have to avoid the same spot, frankly. So there's our link up. It's a nice straightforward short little bit of the shielded braided cable, a little short bit just going over the back of the pot and then away into the tunnel. I don't know if something's happened to these soldering irons, but it really is struggling to get heat into the pots. That's better. Okay, so that's that one done. So now we have the out to the switch for the bridge. That's good. And then neck we'll do in a minute. Oh, we'll do it now actually. So over here we've got another couple of ground wires that we just need to keep out of the way for a minute. We can just tuck them there, which will be fine. So we've got again we can use the tunnel a little bit. So we've got now the pickup hot here, and oh, don't forget over here we've got the that thing that's called the tone jumper. So we'll just get that one connected up. Again, a bit too much wire, not as much as that really needed, but it won't be a problem, it won't hurt. Okay, that one's done. Tone circuit done. Third lug empty. Good. Now we can pull this a bit over this way, out of the way, so it doesn't affect anyone. So now I'm going to go, while I'm at it, shall we start with, yeah, let's start with this one. So we're going to go ground and we're going to go signal. So let's get the signal through the first one. Don't forget we've got to pair it up with the tone jumper. It's got no reach in here and it's a bit stiff as well because of the plastic sheathing heat shrink. Okay, so that's in there. This one's here. I didn't need blobs on the end of these. So we'll just clean them up a little bit. Where's that one got? Tangle of wire. Try and trim this a little bit. See if that will go through. Will it go through when the time is right? Yes, it will. Okay, so I'm now going to put that one through here at the same time. So now we've got those two, they connect up. Very good. Now we've got the ground wire to connect up. Now I'm going to avoid these monolithic great chunks of ground solder on top, because if you see this, it works pretty well when there's not so much on it. So just call that quits like that. And then if we've got some leftover wire, we can clip that off. We can also trim it off here and inside of here, and any we can get to in here. Hardly any, so that will do. That one's hooked up. Okay, so there's our in from the pickup into the pot. Now we're going to get the next one hooked up, which is a little bit tricky now, because this red wire is tending to want to be a bit too close to the next lug we've got to solder it. So I'm just going to push it around a bit. So the middle one here goes through here like so. I'll get that hooked up first. There you go, nice. Then when that's set, we will push back over to here. And again, this braided wire now is safely out of the way, so no harm will come to anything. Nothing can touch out on it. I'll press this one down here. Whoops. Come along. Bending this soldering iron tip, not good. Okay, so that's those done. Now I just need to connect up this jumper across to the tone pot, which is ready to go. And then we can mentally check through all of our connections. But I think we'll find everything is now in order, apart from a couple of ground wires. So there goes our earth jumper for the tone, sorry, the tone jumper. So tones, input, capacitor, touched out on the top, touched out, grounded on the top. Now we need one from here, so let's get this one. Come on, through you go. To ground wire, so it doesn't matter if it touches something on the way. So I'm going to put some solder on this, so it gets a chance at gripping whatever I want it to stick to. Come on, blob, thank you. When it's set, I'll just cut off the excess past the point, like that. Right, so, okay, so if you think it through, the ground wire, the grounding, the overall ground is going to come in to the guitar through the jack here, okay, and it's going to go up to the switch, come back from the switch on the braids of the output from the switch to the top of these pots, which ground all the way around here, so that's all grounded. Then from the top of one of these pots, we're going to go across to this, that could be a lot smaller really, couldn't it? We go across to the common earth point, which I will attach this to. In fact, we could probably do more sensibly, if I'd have thought about it, is just hook up all of these together. Okay, let's give us some plain wire. And we can just put them all together into one and get them onto that common earth, which will hook up all the cavities. So there we go. So everything will be grounded and everything in its place. Now when I put all of this together on this bit here, then I could do a test. It might make sense to do a test before you fit the jack socket on, because that's a bit of a sort of final thing. So doing a test first gets you to know whether it's all working the way it should, and you can tackle anything that isn't if it isn't. So I'm first of all soldering all of these three together, and then what I want to do is leave a fairly big blob of solder on it so I can just turn it around and get it attached conveniently now to this common earth here. So the thing to do is to get a couple of my test wires, which are somewhere, somewhere in here. The white one, that'll do. So we'll get these and we'll hook this up to the jack plug, which will be here. So we'll go white as the earth, and we'll go red as the tip. And we'll stop them. Make sure they don't cross over. Thank you. Avoid. Okay, now turn on the amp. Turn it up. Okay, now a little bit difficult, you can't see this. I'm just going to test, turn everything up. Double that, both. Yeah, okay. Happy, everything's working. So that's all I need to know for now. Undo these, put them away, use them again another day. So now what I'm going to do is just attach the jack plug and socket. Here we are. Struggling to see what you can see. So down here we've got the knife gold thingy, that one, but that means it's probably going to need different holes for the screws. So I think I'm just going to start off by, sorry you can't see this, I'm going to hook this up here, choose which way round it goes for the right curve, and just check where the screw holes are going to go. Okay, so I'm going to stand up and hold this in place so I can make sure I'm central to this. Okay, central. So that one's the right one. That's good. That one's right. That one's right. That one's right. And that one's right. Okay, so that's quite a different position. Oh, I see. Interesting. So that's closer to that. Hold on. Okay, that's what it's trying to tell me. It's half and half, eh? Okay. It's very difficult, actually, to know. Half and half. off. You there, you there. Okay. Gotcha. I think what I'll do is, sorry that you can't see this, I'm going to get the screwdriver right now and the drill, and I'm just going to get these holes drilled straight up, because otherwise it's just going to be faff. So put that there, turn it round to the curved side, line it up centrally, come back to where it should be, which is there and there. Do the first one. Damn it. Should have opened that first. First one. First one in, then I'll just do the second one so that we're on target for the rest. And I'll put all 4 of them in just now, and then I'll take them out so we do the soldering, so, which I'll show you on the camera. Okay, final 2. Terrible camera angle, camera work, rubbish. Now with these, I don't want to put them all the way in on this go, because I need to leave enough room to tighten them up afterwards, because this plywood laminate doesn't give us a lot of room for second and third tries. I'm just taking all the screws out again. Now we've got the new holes marked up. Okay, put them off to one side. Lovely, thank you. Good. Bring this around here like so. Get the drill out of the way. And then come back to the land of doing the jack plug socket. Sorry about that. Let's zoom you out a little bit. Okay. So, I guess what I want to do is, when I've got this done, I want to pull this in a little bit, and I want to make sure that the path of the braided wire is safely protected at all points from any other lugs and tips of anything that could get in the way, because we don't want that. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to hook up, not very good, rest. What am I trying to do? What am I trying to do? Maybe I'll put that one through first, and then maybe I'll rest the other one where I want it, like so. Tied round there, tied round there. Okay. Fill the little hole, thank you. Right. And this one. All the time I've always wanted a wireless cordless soldering iron, but I've tried the gas ones before and they just don't work. This one is struggling to behave as well. Yeah, it does funny things when it doesn't want to behave. Right, that's okay. Right, that's that done. Of course, throw the important washer on the floor. That's what you always have to do when you most need it. And then we'll get this back through there. And what I think I'll do on this is I will put a tiny drop of low strength Loctite, and I tend to do this these days because the first thing you can be sure of is that the jack plug at some point will try and come loose. It's almost inevitable. So we don't want it to. Equally, we don't want it so hard, tightly affixed that it will never come undone again. I got the wrong. I got the wrong washer. No, that's okay. There we go. Yeah, I did it in the past with a blue Loctite, the heavy duty stuff, and that was impossible. That never undid ever again. So not advisable. Okay, so we want this back through there in its curved position there, and we want the let's come out again. Why is this sticking? Holy cow. We want this end of that deal covered. Thank you. Now we can pull this back, providing that's covered. That's the way. Now we'll put these screws back in. Got another last bit of grounding hookup to do in a minute, so we haven't quite finished. Now, okay, this is what I don't like about these blasted old guitars. I knew there'd be a problem here. Right, this is the hole. The hole isn't large enough for this modern jack. That's the problem. So it's we're going to have to try and increase the size of the hole. Now I've given myself a problem because, as you can see, I've already attached this thing. So I may have one chance. Stupid, I should have anticipated this. I've got one chance now to undo it before it goes off. There we are. Yeah. So remember I said at the beginning, with these classic old guitars, you get bits of them that are non-standard or certainly non-standard by modern equivalents. So the jack socket is one of them, and it's bigger. So the problem we've now got is that this won't go through here. Oh, it will, that's right. But it's still not quite big enough to go through when held in place by this, centrally in place by this. So we have to increase the size, which is a fairly difficult task. So I'm going to turn the camera off because this is going to be a business of dremeling and making dust and a mess. So I'm going to sweat blood and tears for this bit. But I shall do my best to enlarge this hole. It might be that the good old-fashioned this good old-fashioned thing could come through here and do a bit of work. without damaging anything else, so I might consider that. It's been hand crunched in anyway, this hole, so we do need to enlarge it. Right, I'm going to go off camera and I'll see you back when this is together and I've tied it up.
I am such a plonker. Right, finally hooked up the sound, and here we are coming to the final stages of the Avon Les Paul copy refurb. So, oh well, just finished all the wiring up, new pickups. We're going to put on the new hardware, new tuners, and put the neck back on and everything. So, I've got bits of gunge coming off my hands. Right, if I put that there, I have to get my mirror to know what's going on. See what we can see. Let's zoom out, shall we? Okay, I am not doing very well lining things up, but okay, so first thing, let's come down this end, sorry. The camera view is a challenge. So I'm going to put on the new tuners, and that's practically an overhead shot. I should have some sort of mirror built into the unit, so it will show me what you can see at every step of the way, and then I wouldn't have to be constantly looking. Right, so these are larger tuners than were originally in there, so I've had to expand the space, the holes, to fit these 10mm tuners, but there we have them, like that. Everything's gone gold on this, so it's going to be a beautiful creature. Let's get this thing, which we can sort of do a quick bit of do-up with. Do-up. So, now what I did with this guitar is I did what I would call a radius block level, because it's a 12-inch radius. You ever have that feeling when you grab the first three that you grab, or the tuners are all for one side, and you think to yourself, wait a minute, have I got a 6-in line set here by accident? And occasionally that's what happens, but in this case I don't think it has. He said, checking it. It is, it's a 6-in line set. No, it isn't, I'm joking. Could really do without that. Yeah, so I've done a radius block level, which is pretty good leveling actually. We shall see if it makes this play good from the outset. If not, then I'm sort of stood by, ready to give it a final precision leveling if required. But it's polished out already, ready to go. So if it doesn't need it, then that's okay. Now I'm just going to have a look and see how these line up. There's a little bit of a kind of change of direction here, a bit of leaning inwards. It's sort of difficult to do exactly because it doesn't follow a precise curve. So a little bit of leaning in like that, but nothing too major. And we look at it from the other side, hold it up, look at it. Yeah, that's about right. So what I'm going to do now is get the drill, and we'll drill the pilot screw holes in. Right. So I've pretty much replaced all of the I could do with a faster one than that. Replaced all of the original screw holes with wood inserts to give the new screws something to bite into, because as I said, ply or laminate is very poor at holding screws over the time. So eventually, well, it doesn't take long before they kind of wear the plywood out and it all falls to bits. So what we're going to do next is put the neck on. Now with these, I'm not going to fill the other holes. The reason why is that, believe it or not, I've discovered the hard way that the fills tend to look a little worse than the left as normal, because you fill them with timber, which looks timber coloured, and then you have to colour them and they suddenly stand out as being black painted holes. So it's kind of it's much cleaner to leave them like this. And it's taken me a number of years to figure that out, having repeatedly filled in the original holes and done my best to tidy them up. And you, short of refinishing the whole headstock, there's just nothing you can do to make it look tidy. I mean, when you refinish, that's great, but short of refinishing, that's it. The other decision I made about this headstock was I'm going to put a decal on it, but I'm not going to lacquer over it. This is nice condition headstock, and it won't improve by putting some extra finish just to seal in a decal. It's just, it's not worth it, I would say. Okay, so now we've got, I'll zoom out a second. Zoom out. Where are we? Oh yeah. Okay, so now is, well, I suppose there's never going to be the right time or a better time for attaching the neck. We need to get the neck back on, and we need to see whether the neck works, or whether the geometry is right, I should say. So we've got some labelled screws, which is nice of Joe, very thorough. So we got, one is top left, 2 is top right, 3 is bottom left, and 4 is bottom right. Okay, get rid of those. So we're using the same original holes. This is one area where it could be that the old shaggy holes aren't fantastic. I've put the original shims back in there. We shall see whether that's necessary or not in a minute. I've also let me just do something before I put this in. I also filled the original strap button holes, so we could do with re-drilling those, ready to take the strap buttons, for which we've got nice quality Goto big buttons. So we're going to get those on before. It's difficult to do the drilling bit when you do it if you do it after you've put the neck on, so not a smart one to do it at that point. That one in there. I'll get a couple of black felts, black and gold. Get ourselves the right bit, and we shall attach this. Very handsome. Nice. I'll do the same down here. Wow, that is remarkably off center. That annoys me. I'm going to put it where it was because that's the original one, but it's off center by quite some distance, and the alternative would be to create a new one central. It may have been off center to counterbalance the neck, so I'm going to put it where it was in order to cover it up. That's not a fantastic piece of work. old Japanese people. But it may, like I say, it may actually have been a balanced choice. I'll give them the benefit of the doubt. Rightio, that's that. Okay, now we will get hold of the neck with the shim in place. Drop it in, lift it up, and see how it fits together right now. Keeping everything in the original order. Go away. Okay. There we have it, attached. What I will do is I'll use a hand screwdriver just to give it a final tweak, just to make sure. Yeah, see that? That's run out of juice, I think. Okay. Ooh, nice. Right, let's bring back this. I think I should take this off before I get too hot. What I'll do is we'll put on the gold hardware next. Clunk. I ought to put that screwdriver on charge as well, which isn't there. So where is it? Not there. Yeah, it's this one. So it's a long old process. I've only obviously really kind of captured some of this on video. I'm going to drown myself. Yeah, only some of it captured on video. A lot of it takes place off camera. Now, you remember that the decision was we had to leave in the metal stud, the steel coloured studs, but we can fit the gold thumb wheels and then we can also fit the gold thingies for the stop bar, those things. So we end up with a lot of gold looking stuff. By the time we put this on, we're very golden. Ta-da! Now the knobs are going to be the original witches' hats. Which hats? Those ones, yes. With oh, I can't believe it. I've gone and done these things up without putting the hats on, which is going to cause me an absolute pain because I'm going to have to flip this over, which loses the bridge and probably the stop bar. I'm going to have to go inside here, which I've changed over the thing now. I am frazzled, frustrated and frazzled. Let's have a smaller thing. Right. So, annoyingly, what I've got to do now is take off each one of these one by one, making sure everything stays in place, and put on the pointer. I should have thought about that at the beginning. The question is where? Well, let's have them all pointing at least in the same direction. I thought pointing forward seems about right. Like that. So the next one. So it's just a matter now of getting them all decently aligned with each other, so it doesn't look bad or silly. Come on, off you come, washer. From washer with love. Okay. And what I don't want to have happen, which will drive me bonkers, is if at this point it turned out that fitting these made it too difficult for the nut to bite the thread. I would be mighty cheesed off. Right, I'm trying to get it to now bite without moving the darn thing around. This is not as easy as it looks, believe it or not. And I'm trying now to do this up without spinning the blasted thing. And the problem is, you can't get it exactly right because either the pot spins round or the plastic thing spins round. So really, we don't have a choice. You get it close to where it was, but I tell you, we can't get it exact. Because it will continue to want to try and turn, which is crap, I have to say. Anyway. You know, you can hold the pointer on one side and try and do everything, but you haven't got 5 hands. That means you can hold the pot and the pointer at the same time, because we want to stop the need to stop the thing turning round. Oh man, this is not good. Look at this. I can't actually prevent this pointer from going round. Oh, wow, that is just crap. Oh, Avon, why did you do such a thing? I think what happens as a result of this is it means that you end up with the pots on slightly less tightly than they should be, and I think that's a pity. But it's, you know, it's sort of what happens, because if you do it up as tight as it should be to keep the pot from moving, you have to allow the pointer to go wherever it spins, because you can't hold that still whilst tightening the pot. It's just as simple as that. And if you can sort of anticipate how much it will turn round, but again, that's a bit of a guess, really. So I'm gonna, that's too far, slacken it off, turn it round a bit further, hope that does the business. So every point now of tightening this up runs the risk of spinning things around and unhooking things from things. So I just want a visual check in there to make sure it's all good. Not the kind of manhandling I really like to do, I have to say. Okay, so this I'm not going to do these up too tight, because what it seems to do, it's the surface of this shelf that the cover sits on is actually not smooth, and so if you just tighten up these screws too much, they buckle the plate into the landscape. So don't go too far with them, that's all I'll say, otherwise you'll fold the plate up and it will be bad. So that will do. Okay. So over we go again, back on with the hardware. Who's out there? Anyone? Right. Next thing. Let's get the knobs on. So now the question is, do I treat this as if it's done and dusted and put good strings on now, but if they don't work out, then I get to take them off and waste them basically. What do you think? Or do I start with sacrificial strings and then double the time of putting new ones on if it all turns out to be just hunky-dory? God, it's hard. These old bodies, they show up anything very quickly. They're not in great shape to begin with, but right, tones and tones, tones and tones and tones. Now, of course, the other problem with this is, oh, actually, that's not so bad. If they'd have been screw together ones, then it would have been a problem. But thankfully, they're just press-on ones. Let's do tone pressing on there, tone pressing on there. Yeah, so they only barely stick out, these little pointers. Oh well. Tone, tone, volume, volume. So these will all be parallel in line with each other. So like that. There we go. Gold capped knobs. Hurrah. Very good. Good. Okay, what do you think? Oh, we've got a scratch plate to put on. Now this scratch plate is gold. Oh no. 1 second, hold on. Oh, Elliot, you're live on Reloved Guitars.
Hello?
Yeah, you're live on Reloved Guitars, so don't swear. How you doing?
I love boobs.
Yeah, oh, censored. How you doing? Shall I stop my filming or shall I call you back?
No, I was just a quick one.
Yeah.
Finn's playing rugby tomorrow in
Oh,
Tavistock.
oh yeah. Hey, cool.
So me and James are going to come down and watch him, and obviously it's in your neck of the woods.
Yeah.
So you want to come and say hi?
How bizarre. Whereabouts at the rugby club?
Kelly College.
Oh, Kelly.
Kelly or something?
Mount Kelly. All right.
It's a public school thing, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. I've never been there to watch anything.
Yeah, well, I mean, if you want to just come say hi, we're going to be there anyway.
Yeah, it's a bit. Yeah, that'd be cool. Weird, cool. Would you like me to come along?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I wouldn't mind seeing you.
Well, tomorrow, Saturday.
I mean, we can do something else, but obviously I'll be down there for a bit. So
Will you be going back?
come pick me up. We could go to town or something.
Will you be?
A couple of hours.
Yeah. I've got to go into town. Should we do that instead? Hang on. Will you be considered disloyal if you don't watch Finn play rugby?
No. I was gonna maybe watch him for a little bit anyway. But it's
Okay. I tell you what then. Roughly what time should I pick you up outside Kelly College?
I think it's like 1ish, but
Well,
in the morning.
give me. Yeah. If I have a sort of an idea when, because then I can come and get you and we can go into town. I could get a couple of things that I need in town. Yeah.
Just thought it'd be nice.
Yeah. He won't be upset that I didn't want to go and watch rugby. You can tell him I don't.
I'm not gonna watch the whole.
You can tell him I hate rugby anyway.
No, it's fine. That'll be cool.
All right, cool. All right, so send me a message when you know.
I'll just text you in the morning.
Yeah. So I'll sort of expect it about 1:30 or something.
Something like that.
Yeah.
No, I'll text you in the morning.
All right, do that. All right, love. Speak to you
All right.
then.
See you tomorrow then.
Bye.
Love you.
Bye. Quality of your call, submit. Great. That's cool. That's my eldest son. His half-brother, his half-brother, is coming down to play rugby in Tavistock tomorrow, out of all the places. And so as a result, he's going to come down with his half-brother and... hang on, what is not half-brother? Is it... Oh, I'm hopeless for this. It's his half-brother and his stepdad. That's weird. How did you get a half-brother and a stepdad? Anyway, so he's going to come down and he'll come down with them, and then he'll jump ship and stop watching rugby and come and hang out with me for an hour or two in town. That'll be nice. Don't get to see him too often, but it's kind of weird and rare to have him turn up out of the blue like that. Now, typical, it doesn't fit, so we have to do some adjustments. Caramba. Right, so this is all the more of the little trials and tribulations. So we have a thing that doesn't fit. So let us begin by taking this back off here, so we don't have to handle that with a bracket on top. So we're going to modify this a little bit to make it fit. And it doesn't need much, but it needs a little bit of careful adjustment on either side, and it has to be done in such a way that it fits in without looking lousy. So yeah, that's nice. I can see my boy. So I'll get it just to the right, just about the right dimensions first, and then I'll sort of fine tune it when we get there, like so. And a bit of this. That's a strange kind of mix of two worlds, because for the last few years my boy has been in Denmark, so it's I'm not used to seeing him that often anyway while he was living out there, and then for him to kind of call up and say, oh, I'll be down in your village tomorrow out of the blue, still feels weird, but not bad. So that's my Saturday afternoon booked. Okay. In we go. Tiny little bit of straightening up here. Yes, so this is the kind of little detail that you constantly have to make modifications of with when you have a vintage guitar, or a vintage guitar that you're tweaking like this. So having made that fit, we can now, got loads of thumbprints, fingerprints all over it, of course, which this is okay. So we do this up and we approximate where it should go. So tighten it up as a bit to begin with, line it up like this, find ourselves the point where it needs to sit, sort of like that, and then the idea would be to hold that in place, get a pair of pliers and be careful to hold that down and tighten it up. Then we put that in there and we're going to drill the first hole, which I've lost the drill bit I want. Here it is. First hole into there for the regular gold pickguard screw. That should be fine, that should be fine, that should be fine. Different place from the original, so just off to the side of it. But that's okay. So in goes the first one. won't tighten it up just yet, and I will line up this. Now the question is with this is exactly how high do we put it. If we go too low, the threaded screw sits on the deck of the guitar, which causes damage, so I'm going to do it so it sits above that. Now I did a bit of extra there because it's quite a big screw, so we don't want it doing splitting the wood. There we go. Alright, sorry, bridge. Put it back on. Right. Bridge on. Remainder parts, spare parts out the way. Now, the only thing I haven't got, or I may have, no, let's revise this. Where do these sit? Okay, so this is pushed this quite a bit far forward. So to line up with the holes, it's not too bad actually, but we do want to flatten this off. So that's what I'll do first. Just square it off so it's flush with the black part. And then it will sit up close in the right place, like so. Okay, that's good. And then we've got a tiny amount of black paint to paint in there once this is on, or actually it might even go better going on before. So I might do that off camera in a minute once I've done the trial out. So I'll do this as the last thing. I'll also need to find some gold tuner screws for that. Okay. Now, what do we think? Let's consult my book for one detail. I've forgotten what the gauge of string was. Okay. It doesn't say 12-inch radius. Can't use Evo gold frets. Yes, I've got all of that except the gauge of the strings. Okay, well, why don't I put some 10s on to begin with, and if we need to change them, we'll change them. So this will be now the first string up of this guitar since re-radiusing the neck and wiring and changing all of the electrics and stuff. So I'm just going to get everything on board and then we'll wire it up, tighten it up, and we'll see how it plays, what the action's like. I'm hoping that it doesn't need any major geometry work, but we never know. The frets are taller now, so it may change how everything sits, but we'll know shortly one way or another. We should have enough room in this bridge and everything to adjust up and down anyway, so I'm hoping we're just in a tighten up, intonate, stretch out and play scenario. It's so hard to keep clean a black guitar clean. Right, so just a little thing, Joe. When you have this adjustable nut fitted, fit the inner two strings first. So sorry, the middle two, so they hold the nut insert firmly in place. So what I'll do is I'll just try and zoom up and show you how I do it. Sorry, terrible. Worst cameraman in the universe. So I start with, let's say, the D. I run up the top, pull all the way through, We'll get it on the roller. Yeah. Actually, now before I tighten anything up, because I can see the height now, I can see it's way off, so I'm going to boost the bridge action up until I've got me a reasonable height, and I'm going to just sight it down the pickup and just make sure it's sort of roughly where I want it to be on both sides. That feels about right. We can adjust, fine-tune it later, but it takes some of the gross stuff out of the way. So straight away, I pull it all the way through, hold on to the string, pull back 1 fret's worth, and then start winding on, holding this string tight. And as I do it, I hold that tight string so that the loose one goes underneath the held one. Keeping the held one tight, I then push it, I pull up the loose one and push the held one below the loose one as it comes round this time, which then sort of locks the string, the cut off bit in place, and there we have it. So I can just snip that off, and that's as much wire as I want on there. So that's now holding the nut in place. I can see that the first fret, sorry, the string is touching the first fret, which is exactly where I want it with an adjustable nut, because my aim is to use the adjustable part to raise it up from there to the perfect first fret action. So it's better that it sits on the first fret at this stage than above it. So pull back 1. Now this one you have to kind of change hands, hold tight with your thumb, keep this one taut, switch over, hold it above the loose one, then press it down as the loose one comes around, pull the loose one up in the air, and send the held one this time under the loose one. And then as it comes around, it will hold everything nicely in place. And again, that one's ready for the bin. Snip and bits in the bin. Okay. Woohoo. Now I'll do the 2 higher strings, treble strings first. So I had to, what do they call it? What's that word? Ream the tuner post holes, or the tuner holes, out from they're originally 8mm, and these tuners are 10mm in diameter. So that's a fair bit of kind of reaming from both sides to get them to fit. But it's not that hard, and it's better than drilling them out. When you drill them out, you run risk of the drill punching out chunks of wood from the backside of the headstock, and it can be quite a mess. So reaming it is slower, and it takes a bit of elbow grease, but it's a better way to do it. It isn't smooth by comparison. If you take the tuners off and you look at the hole that the reamer makes, it's a cruder hole than if you drilled it, because the reamer is this sort of multi-splined thing that sort of can bite and leave, I don't know what you'd call it, some things, yeah, it leaves it not perfectly round, but it's a safer way than drilling, unless you have to. If you do drill, make sure you put a tightly fitting block of wood behind the headstock at the same angle as the flat headstock, same angle as the headstock angle, so that the wood is fully supported and the drill bit doesn't punch out wood as it comes through. Okay. So this Avon looks fantastic with these Grover style gold tuners. These are Wilkinson ones, 19:1 ratio, so they'll be very smooth in operation. This, I think I checked this in the first place, but this, despite this being a wider bridge than the original, this actually does work pretty well. There was enough room in the whole deal in the first place to make the extra 2mm. It's a millimetre and a quarter extra on either side. It seems to be perfectly good. So this one tightens up at exactly the wrong place, so we have to loosen it off to cut the trim. Damn it. Holy cow. Do as you're told. Thank you. Okay. So, at the moment, geometry and everything is looking fine. Well, we know that that's on the deck, and we need to remember where it's gone. Okay, so first of all, we're way too high on the bridge down here, so we've got enough room to bring it down. Now that's interesting. Let's have a quick look at this. Oh, no, yes, no. Right, well that's a pretty uneven seated neck joint, which demands that the bridge has to be canted up at one side and not the other. Now, the question with that is this actually working, or has something obstructed this? I actually don't think it has obstructed. I think this is where this thing sat before. So where it's gone to, it seems to fit right, and there is that requirement for a little bit of, I think, if you remember from earlier on, it needs a little bit of a, well, it doesn't need it, but it can do with a blocking shim inside of there, possibly. Actually, it doesn't really need it. But okay, so that's set up fine. That's over the pickups fine. That's not bad. Actually, it's pretty good. Everything's in line. Just that is well and truly off the not twisted. It's lifted off. Now, all I can do in this instance right now is just have a quick look under the hood, as in undo these screws and make sure, sorry, I'm going to zoom out again now, I'm going to make good and proper sure that this is all in the right place. I'm pretty certain that it went in flat, which could well mean this is a function of the original neck joint, which is not right, but that wouldn't at all surprise me. Now I'm looking for the right screwdriver bit. I haven't got it. It's not that one. Where has everything gone? That will do. Let's borrow that one. Right, let's have a look. Let's just make sure nothing's getting in the way. So this is shimmed. Bizarrely, the side that has the shim, the higher, well, this had a plastic shim in it, do you remember? And it seemed to need it. But this side has got an extra bit of shim, and it's still lower than that side. Well, that could be why the extra piece of shim was in there, to try and correct that, but it's not correcting it because it's caused it's sort of compressed the it's compressed the wood. So really, it's not doing much. So I'm going to take out these top two for a minute and concentrate on the bottom two. I think actually I probably ought to take them all out. I'm not really too bothered which is which at this point in time. So, of course, to do this you have to have the strings at relative slack, because otherwise they'll pull the neck up and bounce all over the place. Okay, so first of all let's have a look. There's nothing in here that says that should be completely wonky. That one shouldn't be higher than this one, but it is currently doing that. So we put this back in. Let's check the fit. We check the fit and it still appears to be sticking up on the right hand side, or this side. So what we really don't want is a shim in that side. So if we take all the shims out, what do we get? Well, probably nothing, because that appears, right, it did need a shim. The reason they put a shim in is because at its lowest this bridge won't sit in there correctly. Okay, well, we can always put a tin shim on the back of the neck. I'm concerned about the shape of this and why it goes down so much. Sorry, so high at this side, down at this side. It's horrible when somebody's already put a piece of shim in there. First of all, it's plastic and I wouldn't want to work with that anyway, so let's get that out of here and see what we'll do if we need to put something else in there that's not plastic. Alright, I've got to find a way of prizing this out now. So not really something you'd want to be discovering at the last second, but there you go. Right, under the pickup. Okay, so this has got a huge sort of dent either side, which has been drilled into for some reason. I don't know why. But let's have a look. What happens? What does it do to the general lie of this neck? Okay. See, that's still uneven. And what I don't actually know, well, I do know this is getting in my way, so I can't quite read it with this stuff on there. Okay, so looking at that, that still appears to be wonky. I'm just going to put it on for a minute without the shims in place. I just want to get a feel for what it's doing. Okay, we put that in. Put that in. Right, that is the neck in its natural residence. That's where it wants to be. And what we've got here is we've got a fair bit of, no, it's not totally wonky. It's because that should be on there, that should be on there. Okay, so the neck really wants to be a bit out that way, so it does need a little bit of shimming sideways to make sure it stays there. Now, what that means is that is quite a, that's quite crap. Let's see what I can use to shim it back up. Where's a little bit of steel we had before that quite thick. That's just too thick. I'm going to tip this out on here. Find me the thing I need most. Piece of copper, it's too thick. Piece of copper, too thin. Piece of tin, always good. Tin's good. Tin, oh, piece of steel, probably good too. Well, there are a number of things we can use, even down to a piece of the old blade, which can do the trick. I'm thinking that this thing needs a lift. That's okay at that side, but this needs a lift on one side and then a side shim, just bulk it out. So I think we will cut this. Come along. Let's cut it to about that size. much rather use metal. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to shim inside corner here and the inside edge. Now what you don't really want to be doing is loads of tightening up and undoing of screws into plywood, which is what we're having to do here. So that's another reason why this is not an ideal undertaking, I'm afraid, at this stage in the game. But if it's not right, it's not right, and we've got to sort it. So just keep that on there for a minute. Grab the strings so they stay roughly where they should be. That'll do. So I'm going to place a shim there, like that, and I'm going to cut a very thin shim for the side, like this. And it's probably, this one could do, both of them actually could do with being stuck. So it's a bit more faff to get some sticky tape onto them. Slowly running out of sharp blades. Right. Let me just... Where have I gone? Be with you in a second. I'm just going to cut these little shim bits. Thing about shims is you can afford to be wrong, because you've got adjustment room in your setup, so it doesn't have to be perfect the first time. You know, if it needs a push out, which it's going to get here, then it doesn't have to be. You know, if it's a fraction to the push out sideways, if it fits and it works, great. If it doesn't, we can go to a very thin piece of tin instead of this piece of, we can go to a thin piece of sandpaper, is usually what people use. But let's see, so I'm going to start by putting the side shim into here like this. And we'll see how that gets on. And I'm going to put the bottom shim, the corner shim, into place where we had it before, which was hanging off the edge there and into the corner to lift that corner up and not the other one. So it's a guesstimate work. So we push this in and get this out of the way, settle it down, put things roughly in the right place, things up again, get the bits and pieces in. Now this time I'm going to I'll do bottom right hand corner one first, and then just hold it there for a second. We'll get these onto the rollers, get everything on its rollers, and then look at where it seats. Okay, that's sitting okay. There's actually still a little bit of room here that this is actually, so that could have been a fraction, side shim could have been a fraction wider, but if it works, it's going to work, so I won't worry too much. So what I'm then going to quickly look at is how this sits. Shoot. Okay, that's the wrong side. Okay, let us go backward. I've calculated that wrong, so the shim is on the wrong side. Okay. It's this side that needs to lift up. God, madness. Incredible madness. So now we've got that out at the same time, we could add a fraction more to it. Let's put a tiny bit more on for fun. See if we can keep it in place. Sticky bits of tape. So this is why when I make my guitars, I really do make sure the neck pocket is perfect from the outset, and for that reason I make my own neck pocket template for every single guitar that I make, and I make it from the actual neck I'm using, not any standardized template, because I need it to be right. Okay, so this time I think I've got it in the right side of things. That's out of the way again. Now let's look. Is that still? What is going wrong here? Does this need to be on here at all? Or am I just imagining things? Let me just look again. Okay, so it is this side that needs to go up. It's completely bizarre. Okay, it is this side that goes up. Stand up, you. Put this on here. It actually, believe it or not, that actually needs to go up further than that. That's quite something. So I thought that was fairly thick, but if we're that far out, that's not brilliant. So I cut this. I'm going to make a second one out of this, and then that's it for height. I ain't going any higher. We'll have to live with it. So it's double the thickness of this piece of steel. So I don't know why this was so bad from the first place, but evidently it is. Okay, so there's my boot on that side. Bring this into place. Drop it down on there, and that is finally just about level. Not good when you have such an out of kilter pocket. You really don't want something with that much movement or that much imbalance in it. But you've got what you got, I'm afraid. And that's part of the problem. These things were definitely not quality made guitars, much as some people trying to sell them in this modern day and age insist on saying, you know, made in Japan, legendary quality, shaggy old things. Right, that's right off the edge. That doesn't help make it look any better. Right, on place, in place, online. Good. Inline, online. Right, let's just check the balance. Well, that's nearer to that's nearest that it's been, and that's as near as it's going to be. So I'm doing this tightening up right now. Okay. Okay, spacing's good. Oops, strings dropped off there. Right, move all of that out of the way, move all those bits out of the way. Move the thingy out of the way. Okay. Okay, so now we have to come up. That's good. And now we have to come up a bit here. That's not bad. It comes down a bit. Okay, so what we do now, as mentioned before, is we are on the deck on the first fret. Now that means I've now completely lost the tiny key that I was going to raise. Sorry, camera. The little key I was going to raise the thing with, so I will. It's not that one, it's this one. Found it. Okay, so the first thing I want to do is raise up that nut, give us a playing action over the first fret, and also over the high E as well. Right, now we've got some height. We will now get some tension in the neck, make sure everything's on. Okay. Yep. Now that I would say that the shim is pushing this half a width of that metal too far to one side. That's all. It's only a tiny bit, so I'm going to just see if I can loosen these off and reclaim it. So that's going to be a little bit of push down there. Yeah, it is about. Oh no, it's not. It's about right there. Okay, finally, let's do this up and see what we get in terms of playing action. So, like I say, not ideal, but it's what you've got with a 1980s guitar with a shaggy, chewed up neck pocket. So we're not far off the height we need, so we can take that down a bit. And we're about out of adjustment room there, which is okay. And we're going the wrong way. Okay, so the next bit is to get a vague tension in it. Oh my god, this is just too much. Okay, let's take these down. So we've got a challenge here in that this is the angle. We may have to boost the angle even a bit more. Right, let's measure the playing height. Yep. So there's quite a big difference between the height of the neck and bridge pickups at this point. That's not too bad. Okay, millimeters. Okay, tiny bit too low, as I thought. Just on the 1.5, barely. Wow, sub 1. 1.1 maybe. 1.2-ish. Okay. Okay. Finally, not bad. Let us get some more of the screws in place. And then I think we'll be done. And I think I'll be taking it home for some test playing. And make sure I'm happy with everything. I need red. No, gold. Gold pickup ring screws. These are unnecessarily long, but it's okay, they'll do. They just stick down out of sight a little bit. They look quite nice along with all the other gold bits. Now if we need to get any more clearance for this bridge humbucker, then the only real option we've got is to boost up the neck a little bit more, but that's enough, I think, as it is. We've got enough going on in there. Let's just check one thing. It's not bad, it's quite flat. Let's do a little check on the. What I'll do is I'll do a check on the intonation now, and then I'll stop the video and I'll take it home and play it at home and clean up and tidy up, and then I'll conclude whether it's doing everything I want it to do or not, and then we'll have a listen once it's all ready to go. So let's just go for. And I'm going to have to put this on the edge here, which is a bit of a pain. Why is it not working? No, that's not good. It was working earlier on. Right. So putting in the jack plug has caused it to stop working. So that could be still to do with the thing being too small. That ain't no good, is it? Right. Okay. That's the hole pushing the, it's not big enough for the jack socket. Oh, pain. So I'll have to widen that separately. Okay, I'm just trying to get a quick assessment of where we are. What an absolute pain. That's the thing with the size of the hole. As I thought, too sharp, so we need to bring this back, and what we probably need to do is to slack this off and do it. Now, the interesting part about this is if we don't want to run out of intonation room. Okay, so it looks like it's going to start from about halfway along, which isn't fantastic because we're going to run out of room before too long. I'll do what I can. Now that would be, the interesting thing about that is that's down to where the original neck is fitted and how far back the neck heel is pushed, and that's there's nothing stopping it moving back any further. So the only thing we can do to change that would be to take the neck off, fill the holes, move the neck forward, put a spacer in, hold it back a little bit by about 2 millimeters and try and do it again. Re-drill the holes, but it's not ideal, is it? But that's the downside of these made in Japan guitars. They didn't have a neck pocket as such. They have a neck pocket, but there's no backstop to it, so you can basically, it'll go wherever you want the neck to go if you push it on. But it's only at the point, that only makes a difference at the point where somebody's drilled the first set of holes for the neck bolts, and they've kind of confirmed or committed. Oh, it's starting to chew up the thing. Right, we are as far back as this adjustment will go, and if this isn't it, then we're going to have to completely rebuild the neck pocket. Oh, what an absolute nightmare. Okay, that's it's intonated. So that's that worry taken care about. Don't have to redo the neck, because the neck is where the original bolt holes put it, and unfortunately there's not a lot else we can do about that. Just is what it is. Okay, so that's good in one sense because we've got it intonated and it will play nicely. The next thing I ought to do is extend this hole a bit more, which means replacing the jack socket. I think I might even have to go and put a cheaper one in instead of the good ones, because, or the quality ones, because that's the problem. It hasn't got enough room in the hole. That's good. Well, I'm happy with that now, finally. Only have to do a final redo of that. I'm just trying to think. I tell you what, I'll go finish this off now. What I'll do is I'm going to tidy up, call it quits for tonight. Or maybe I won't. Maybe what I'll do, the last thing I'll do, I think, is to just get the Dremel and gently widen that socket hole. Yeah, because the only alternative then is the only alternative would be then to take off the quality jack and snip it off and put a cheaper, smaller one on, which would almost certainly fit straight away. But all of that aside, I'm happy with that. We finally got it at the good action, good low action. Balanced. The neck is finally, the heel is finally level. It's actually pretty much perfectly central down the middle there. Playing, but for the jack socket not fitting, or when it opens the thing as it goes in, it's cutting out. It's touching out on something. So that needs enlarging. Okay, good. Well, Friday night looks great from here. That's done for now. I'll come back and I'll probably do the last bit where I stretch out the strings and put this thing on. I'll chuck it in there for the time being. Right, thanks for watching. A bit frazzled at the end there because I thought I was done, but a little tweak. It does actually look gorgeous with all its gold bits. The problem when you're doing the guitar like this is you're up too close to it all the time, and so I see all the the scratches that it's had in its years, and they annoy me because I want it to be shinier, and it can't be because that's what it is. So yeah, it kind of gets to me. But actually, when you look at it from this distance and you see all its lovely gold appointments, it starts to look bloody great. So I have to stand back from it a little bit, and I'll get that jack socket sorted out. Maybe I'll enlarge the hole a bit. Anyway, thanks for watching. Oh yeah, I'll come on and show you hopefully the last bit where it's playing and give it a crank. Ooh, all right, thanks for watching. See you again. We are going. Well, we're at the end of the rainbow, end of the Avon. Just wanted to do a quick recording showing it playing and showing how sexy it looks in its black and gold livery, which all of us people from the 70s think is a JPS colours. So this is the Emerson Fittipaldi guitar. So I'm just stretching out the strings a bit.
plays. Sounds pretty good too. Bit of manual stretching to do still. Alright, just wanted to show you that it works, and it's ready, pretty much ready to go home. Very quiet as well. No interference. Yeah, all right, she's done and ready to go. Okay, so quick look, the Avon JPS Avon. Oh, and this has got the just put on, not permanently fixed on Morris Aristocat. So it's just a little nod to its treatment at the salon while it's been here. And so this will be getting ready now to head off, I think Monday morning, back to Joe. And yeah, very pleased with it, happy. Okay, thanks for watching it. I'm going to add this to the video tonight and upload it later on, so see you soon.